Good morning and bonjour from Nice. Welcome to ECOP Days 2025. It is 9 a.m. now here in Nice in South France, and we are reporting live from the helipad of the German research vessel Meteor, right here in the port of Nice.
That's right. This is the breakfast corner where we kick off the day with the ECOP community from the helipad at Meteor.
Your name is Ale and I am Marie. We are your mobile journalists for the ECOP Days 2025 live from the 3rd UN Ocean Conference, which takes place in Nice, France. And we're excited to guide you through the virtual Early Career Ocean Professional Days, in short, V.ECOP Days 2025. Before we dive in, let me tell you a little more about what V.ECOP Days actually is. It stands for Virtual Early Career Ocean Professional Days, but really it's a global space created by and for early career ocean professionals from all around the world. This is the 3rd time we've come together like this, and each year it just gets bigger and more inspiring. It's all about connecting, sharing ideas, and showing the world how ECOPs, early career folks, are already making waves in ocean science, policy, innovation, and technology. So let's begin with a look back. These videos capture the energy and impact of V.ECOP Days 2021 and 2024, two events that brought early career ocean professionals from around the world together. Back in 2021, when COVID still was very present, we had these wonderful first ECOP Days that spanned the entire globe, just as it does today. Let's have a look at the highlights from 2021.
Welcome to the virtual Early Career Ocean Professional Day, also known as ECOP Day.
UN Ocean Decade is a one-in-a-generation opportunity and the first global campaign to catalyze ocean science solutions for sustainable development. We got a lot of ECOPs from a variety of professional disciplines to showcase their ocean-related work, activities, and contributions.
So let's get to know each other a little.
While I was in the limiting factor, I was looking out of one of the windows and it looked like it was snowing. Small white particles slowly making its way to the bottom on the seafloor. These white particles are called marine snow, which is made up of organic material from the surface of the ocean. And this organic material also includes plants. So these plants that I'm studying from the shallow reefs are helping in sustaining life throughout the food web and at these depths at the Challenger Deep.
Innovation is really important for to make a sustainable world and to improve science and to avoid disasters.
It is absolutely imperative to prioritize that collaboration with local communities. We need to ensure that we're building, nourishing, and maintaining local relationships.
I always say that when you're making solutions for an environment, you have to ensure that representation is a part of those solutions, right? That the people who are impacted are also represented in those solutions. And so when I think about diversity and representation, I don't limit that to maybe gender or race or ethnicity. It really is diversity in perspective. It's diversity in thought. It's diversity in experiences.
The Pacific is the ancestral home of the Hawaiian people. It's a strategic oceanic region of influence and impact that serves as a global education canvas for the highest levels of learning to generate real-world solutions guided by our indigenous wisdom.
ECOPs have an important role, and it is very important, and it will make a transformative change to ocean science, in which we can find solutions to the regional needs and to the problems in the planetary emergency that affects our ocean.
I spent 2 months aboard a deep-sea commercial fishing vessel, fishing off of Mauritius. We were out there fishing and processing 24 hours a day for 2 months. The ship took me on completely voluntarily. They were under no obligation to let me on board, but they let me study all their bycatch and take any data that I wanted to. And because of this was kind of a unique situation.
So I think as young people, you need to have those experiences, even participating in these V.ECOP days. And I'm noticing how supportive people are in the chat. And any of these things that can affirm that we're doing well, that people are interested, that we have worth and value, that our work is interesting, that really does help.
That was our look back to the first ECOP Days in 2021. Then in 2024, the second ECOP Days again brought together young ocean professionals from all parts of the world, this time in conjunction with the Ocean Decade Conference in Barcelona and virtually alike. We involved mobile journalists just like Ale and me, who conducted interviews in Barcelona and could share live some insights from the conference in Barcelona with the global audience. So in line with the UN Ocean Decade motto, no one was left behind.
My testimony of change is empowering the diverse voices of early career ocean professionals across Canada with meaningful networking and development opportunities.
You know, it's not all papers and scientific publications anymore. You know, the science is changing, and I think ECOPs are pretty perfectly positioned to go along with that change and be some of the major change makers in science communication, science policy, and engagement.
As you may have noticed, I'm on a sailboat. I'm currently in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, so please excuse the rocking.
So where would you say is the best way to implement, to include ECOPs in the decision and policy making process implementing the UN Ocean Decade?
I think quite simply everywhere. I mean, I think ECOPs need to be everywhere in the decade.
And doing something is better than doing nothing. Often I think we are all afraid of just going to the next step because it's not perfect yet, it's not finished yet. It will never be. I just finished my PhD 2 weeks ago. It will never be over, it will never be done, and it's never perfect. So at least do something. Do something. Yes.
Oh, wonderful.
The youth are the future of how we're going to tackle these issues. And your involvement as young citizens of the world who are committed to ocean health and the security and safeguard of our ocean resources is important to the future of our planet. Thank you for your participation.
A presentation from a boat in the middle of the Atlantic. It must be so nice when your Zoom background doesn't have to be virtual, you know, you just really have that as a background. That's impressive. I'm excited to see what contributions we will reach our program this year. So this is where we come from. So now let's look ahead. Follow live for our program for the today and tomorrow from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Central European time. And let's be inspired and inspire ourselves.
Absolutely. This year, we're especially excited that we'll be broadcasting from right here in the old port of Nice during the 3rd UN Ocean Conference, and of course, live from the deck of the research vessel Meteor. I don't know if you've ever been on a research vessel, but I can tell you that spending several weeks on the open ocean of one of those ships is really quite special. Maybe you get a sense of it during the next 3 days. Before I take you around for a quick tour of this beautiful German research vessel, I have 3 quick questions for you, Ale.
Ooh.
So first one is, what is the smell of the ocean?
Oh, I mean, like one has to say salty, right?
Yeah, but salt doesn't really smell. So what does make this distinct smell? Where does it come from?
That's one of those internet trivia questions. I know that I've read this, but you're gonna have to fill me in this one.
Okay, it's actually, the answer is dimethyl sulfide.
Oh.
And hold on, I'm gonna show you. It's basically, so it's produced by little bacteria digesting phytoplankton.
Really
So it's
nice.
basically bacterial fart.
But that's at least like that. It smells nice.
Yeah. We wish our. Oh, let's not.
That's not the moment to that.
Okay, the next question is how much percentage of the Earth surface is being covered by water?
Oh, this is one of those key numbers, right? It's 2/3 of our surface. So around
2/3, yeah, that's
so
pretty.
like,
Yeah, exactly. That's pretty close. So 2/3, that would be 66%. That's basically it.
we are the blue planet after all.
There and so it's 71, and it's probably 66 being covered by the ocean, and this rest is fresh water. So way to go. And the last question is how many species, new marine species, are being discovered in the ocean every year?
Ooh.
So new species per year.
I would say something between 5 and 6,000.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's actually not that much. It's 2,000 new species a year.
Our ocean is so vast that that's that is already like a very impressive number.
It
and
is,
it's incredible how much we still don't know about it.
Yeah, and this number is from NOAA, so shout out to our American colleagues at NOAA. Yeah, it's. We hope that these weeks will get a little easier for you now, the weeks to come. So now let's do the tour of this research vessel. It's actually one of the research vessels from the German research fleet. We have the most modern one, the research vessel Sonne, and this is research vessel Meteor that will be replaced by the Meteor 4 shortly. So now I will be joined by someone who's gonna guide us over the research vessel. So let me introduce to you Paul. He's the second mate of the research vessel Meteor.
Everyone.
Hi, Paul.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Paul. I'm the navigational officer of the ship. And yeah, I'm going to bring you to one of the labs and afterwards to the top deck where you have a very nice view also over the city of Nice here. And yeah.
Yeah, great. So that's your microphone, Paul. Maybe just for visualization, I brought this little helicopter. I hope it's not going to land in the sea, but just so you know, this is the helipad of Meteor. Let's see. Okay, so, but I think usually the helicopters are probably a little bigger than this one. Okay, so let's get going. This is the helipad, and now here next to us you see the old port of Nice and a French research vessel. This is actually the French research vessel Thalassa. Is that it?
Yes, I think that's the name. Actually, I saw it 2 days before for the first time, and yesterday in the evening they came right to our site, and it's also a very special moment to have two research vessels from this size right next to each other, shoulder by shoulder. So now I'm going to bring you to one of our laboratories. While we're going there, for example, this is one of our rescue boats. We sometimes also going to use it to deploy some smaller equipment in shallow waters where we cannot go with our big vessel. And now we're getting on the main deck. Due to all the events which are about to come today and the other days, it's a little crowded and everyone's preparing.
So where are we here?
This is one of our labs. We have several ones. normally when we're in the ocean, this is fully packed with laboratory equipment. And also in this room, they operate, for example, the most used device we have on board. It's the CTD. It's a device we deploy into the water column, and with which you can take several different measurements. And the scientists are going to sit here and operate it. And in our other laboratories, they prepare on depending on what they're going to look for, what they're going to do science on. It's always different what they bring here. And
so that's really what the ship is all about, the scientific laboratories. So when I was on board of a research vessel once for a research cruise, it was all about science. Like, you don't get a lot of sleep. You mostly just try to get as much science out of the short time that you have on these research vessels. So you do day and night. For example, the CTD that you mentioned, it's really a huge oceanographic equipment with stacked with bottles where you can take water probes from different depths of the ocean, and it measures conductivity, temperature, and salinity, and from that you can derive a whole lot of different parameters, and it tells you a lot about the ocean that you are sailing at the very moment. And as I said, you don't get a lot of sleep, but you will be spending your 6 weeks or so with your crew, with the crew members and your fellow scientists on the ship, day and night. Now let's get up again. And here you hear the humming of the engines of the Thalassa, the French research vessel right next to us. The rescue boat again. So even when you're on the broad, open ocean, at least for me, I always felt very safe on these ships because, there are a lot of security measures in place. Okay, we get one deck further up.
One deck further up to the top deck, and it's a very, when we're at sea, very popular place to be, especially at sunrise and when the sun goes down, because there you, hello Christine. Because from here you have the best view over the ocean, and so you can do sports up here normally. On most cruises there are only very few or no scientific equipment up here. On cruises where they do research on air probes or, for example, Sahara dust, they also put all the equipment here to collect this data. And here are on the top deck with the best view of the ship.
And also of Nice. So behind us, of course, you can see the Mediterranean Sea. Over there, you can see Villefranche-sur-Mer. There are some ships lined up over there. They're probably also here for the UN Ocean Decade. Then you have a very nice view of the port of Nice over there. There's the city. Actually, the city center is over there. And maybe you can also have a good look for our neighbors here. So this again is the French research vessel. Behind that, we have the Ocean Explorer. I actually had a very nice chat with the owner of the Ocean Explorer this morning, who's an US American funding research cruises with his ship, the Ocean Explorer. And then behind that, we have a Portuguese ship, the Santa Maria Manuela, and even behind that, another huge sailing ship over there, the Norwegian Staatsrat Lehmkuhl. And we're going to be as guests on that ship during these ECOP days, during the next days. And I'm going to stay here with Paul for some minutes and meet someone else here. But before that, I'm going to hand over to you, Ale, on the helipad again. So, Ale, up to you.
And I'm now joined by three amazing representatives of the Global ECOP program. That's the program for early career ocean professionals. Hello, Evgenia Konstanaya. Am I pronouncing it correctly?
Yes, all good.
Natalie Fox and Laura Kathib. Would you mind first giving a quick introduction? What is your role? Like, what are your roles at the ECOP?
Sure, I'm the global coordinator of the ECOP program. I'm one of the coordinators of the Ocean Literacy Task Team.
And I'm communications coordinator.
Really nice, really nice. Then welcome aboard. We prepared a few questions for you, and I would like to have a little conversation so that our viewers now can get a better understanding of what the ECOP program is. So, like, from what I understand, it started in 2019, correct? What are the highlights of the past 6 years? So, like, I understand that you started in 2019 and then it officially became a program in 2021. So what are highlights from the past 4 years?
Right. So I think we have really achieved a lot. So, of course, there's still a long way to go. But we have grown significantly over those years. So, indeed, we were officially endorsed in 2021, but we operated as an informal working group for about 1 year and a half. And then the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO supported us with the support from the Norwegian Agency for Cooperation and Development. And then we started as an official program. And so then the achievements, I think it's that really we expanded a lot. So we started with probably 300 members, and now we are over 7,200 members. We have 6 regional nodes. We have over 50 national nodes.
So impressive.
Yes, yes. I mean, it's crazy to kind of realize that it's been already 6 years since the whole idea was conceived in 2019. And that we are operating for 4 years. So I think the main achievements is that, yes, we have now a great community of ECOPs working across the world. We have members from 166 countries. And we have done capacity development. We produce our own capacity development courses on oceanographic survey techniques. And we just started with our first in-person training, which was a huge milestone for us. We did it for the first time last year in Malta in November. So after having done several online trainings, the transition to an in-person training was something special for us.
Oh, amazing! And did you expect, actually, when you started this in 2019, do you expect it to grow to this size?
Well, I think we would hope that, but I can't say. I mean, we never knew how it would grow, but it's the demand was there, the interest was there, of course. It's just amazing to see how it has grown.
Oh, and also super inspiring because I mean, it's just to see how far we've come, and I'm also an example from this. If it wasn't for the ECOP program, I also would not be here. So this is it's really inspiring to see a project grow like this. And of course, since 2019, there's a lot that's changed. Between 2019 2021, the world, of course, we went through the COVID pandemic, and a lot of things have changed so far. So what are the challenges that we have ahead? What do you see as the next challenges for ECOPs? I would say, Natalie?
Challenges. I mean, we've definitely seen the interest and participation in conferences like this grow, but there's still challenges and barriers for ECOPs to attend. So this is why V.ECOP Days is really amazing. If you can't be here in person, there's still a way to be involved on multiple levels. And so even if it's just tuning into the live stream, it's going to build your confidence in talking about these issues for next time. So there's going to be more openings. And so I think we have to see the challenges as ways to formulate opportunities for the future. Anyone else?
No, I mean, I think you've said everything. I think that we've really overcame a lot of challenges since we started. And as you were saying, like we have the first the UNOC that was in Lisbon in 2022, we had 50 people in the WhatsApp group for ECOPs who are attending. Then in Barcelona, we had like 200 people. And now for this conference, we have over 500 people, 500 ECOPs in the WhatsApp group. And so I think that we've managed to help more ECOP, to support more ECOPs in finding funding to attend, in finding ways to come. Obviously, funding is always a challenge, and I think it will remain a challenge. But I feel like we've been really good at helping to overcome these kind of challenges.
And as an ECOP, it's especially like at the beginning of our careers, it's sometimes difficult to have a safe footing, find your footing, and to really trust yourself, to put yourself out there and kind of conquer your space. And in that sense, for our viewers who are also at the same point in their careers, what role does this community play in shaping ocean policy?
I mean, I can start to answer. Probably there are different answers to this, but for example, on the Ocean Literacy Task Team, it's really something that we've started to look at because we've really seen that there's a growing interest for ECOPs to really take action, especially, not only scientists, but like we have a lot of early career researchers who are telling us that, they love what they're doing, but they also want to feel like they're actually making an impact, like they really want to take an action to make some changes in ocean policy, whether it's at the local or the international level. We see a lot of engagement. So on the Ocean Literacy Task Team, we're currently working on a new training, which would be called Ocean Literacy for Blue Citizenship. So we really want to help to support ECOPs to build their ocean advocacy skills, their communication skills, and to help them to navigate, the legal institutions and the different terminologies and everything. So I think there's really a growing interest. And then, I don't know, Natalie or Evgenia, if you want to add.
Yes, I think one of the important aspects of our work is networking. So networking, among ECOPs. So Laura mentioned the WhatsApp group that we have for major conferences. So we were told several times that this is one of the main, factors of support for ECOPs because we get them together. They talk to each other. They expand their networking. They create new connections. And we were told that this is super important for any ECOP attending a conference because, like if you don't know anyone, you attend a conference and you feel very lost. But whereas with this support community, like you have this help, you have this assistance. And I think that helps a lot. And also another thing is that we create, so I've told you about our capacity development, training courses, etc. We also gather information and share information on opportunities. And I think this is very important because as an ECOP who's just starting, you're always on the lookout for new opportunities, whether it is your next job or your next study opportunity. And sometimes it's very hard to find it. So our mission is to really make this search much easier, much more accessible by providing this information on the website. So we have gathered a database of mentorship opportunities, a database of ocean networks, so that it's really easy for people to find those.
Amazing. Would you say that this is what global collaboration look like for ECOPs, or what do you think? What does global collaboration look like for ECOPs?
Well, yeah, I mean, the fact that we have, such a global group that is divided between national nodes. So they're working at the national level, and then we have regional hubs. So all the national nodes from specific regions coming together. And then we also have the different task teams on different subjects. I feel like all of this is really helping to collaborate at different levels, which is, I think, also really important. I think, cooperation at the global level is really important, but also at the local and national level, it's also really important to have some real impact. So I think really the space that is the ECOP program and the different, projects and node and spaces to meet and to discuss are really, really helping to have this global cooperation. And also, obviously, the partnerships that we have with all the different institutions and universities and organizations, that are supporting the work of ECOPs in all the different countries. Yeah, I feel like it's, yeah.
Yeah, and I would also like to add our cooperation within the UN Ocean Decade, because we are obviously an endorsed action of the UN Ocean Decade. So we do appreciate being part of this great initiative because that offers a lot of cooperation opportunities So we cooperate, for example, with the Ocean Prediction Decade Collaborative Center. ECOPs were part of the Vision 2030 of the UN Ocean Decade. We cooperate with other UN Ocean Decade endorsed programs or contributions or projects. And I think that really helps for us to expand our global cooperation.
Amazing, really, really good. Thank you very much for your answers. To wrap up, let's. Do you have a message for those who are just starting their careers this year or for joining us for the first time?
My message would be just to interact with us if you can. So my job is not only to put out communications, but it's also to receive feedback from our global communities so that we can always have that two-way dialogue to learn from you. What are your needs? What are your challenges? What are your barriers? So we will be putting out a survey soon. So any time that we put these out, please do fill them in because it really helps to formulate our strategy. That's what I would say.
That's a really good advice. Yeah, I would say maybe try to engage, try to reach out, try to see if there's a national node in your country or there's a task team that you're interested in. But yeah, don't hesitate to reach out and engage.
Yes, and obviously if you check our website and you don't find a node in your country, please do reach out. We always welcome new national nodes. There are still some countries that we have not covered, so we are always open to ideas, webinars. You can be a speaker at our webinar. There are plenty of opportunities, and we are very flexible. We are very open to any ideas and cooperation.
Amazing, really, really good. Thank you very much. Oh my God, I completely forgot. Like, since we're in France, would you like to have a croissant? Are you interested? I mean, feel free, feel at home.
Thank you. Thank you.
And with that, I will hand it back to my colleague Marie. Hi, Marie.
So hi guys, hi down there. So hi again on the top deck of Research Vessel Meteor. Thanks a lot to Paul, the second mate of the Research Vessel Meteor, the 96-meter German research vessel. And now I'll be joined by a new guest. Let me introduce you to Renate Duckert. Hi Renate.
Hi Marie, nice to meet you.
So that's my former colleague for transparency, Renate Duckert. Renate, you work as a science communicator with Project Management Jülich. And my first question would be, how come you dedicated your work to ocean communication?
Well, actually, it happened by chance, or by intuition, however you call it. First, I'm an ocean lover, I swim and I discovered open water swimming a while ago. So that's kind of my natural interest, I would say. And then I always dedicated my profession to, let's say, environmental topics. I started my career in climate change, climate politics, and now I ended up in ocean science and ocean communication. So kind of two things I love are really combined together.
You've been doing that for around a decade now, so you really have experienced a lot in science, science communication and also marine science. What was your #1 ocean communication moment?
I don't have to think that fast or that long. It's definitely that one. So being here on a research vessel, Meteor, is really a highlight because this kind of at the starting point where ocean science happens, This is where the scientists go on the ocean, discover new, scientific news that we as science communicators can bring out to the public, to the politicians, to the NGOs, to really foster ocean politics and to bring across the ocean love and the fascinating, vast variety of ocean habitats, marine species, and everything that goes along or will happen at the sea.
You spent most of the week of the 3rd UN Ocean Conference, UNOC in short, on this research vessel. So what have you experienced already?
Yeah, I experienced, everybody will see when you do a guided tour how big the ship is. And first of all, it's very fascinating to meet the crew to really see what kind of is the base to really run the ship. And this is really the base with where the scientists then go out on the sea to really do their research. But on the second, it's really interesting. Like for example, yesterday we witnessed the parade according to the World Ocean Day, the 8th of June. So big ocean ships and science ships were coming in the Harbor of Nice, and I think I waved my hand to Emmanuel Macron, who was on the ship as well.
On the research vessel Thalassa, right next to us?
That is right next to us, and it's really interesting and fascinating to see how ship management is working. And again, to really witness how big and complicated and complex ocean science in the end then is. As I said in the beginning, that's where ocean science is starting.
What would be your advice to the next generation of ocean professionals if they are interested in ocean science, but especially science communication?
Just go, just do it. Do what you love. And if you feel that you would love to share your passion and your news to the public, to the politicians, then just go, because I think it's not only the news and the science that is important, but especially your passion and your motivation to do ocean science. And if you are not kind of affiliated to social media or whatever, you don't need to do that by yourself. You in general are located or are working in an institute or wherever in a university, and you have a science communication office, etc. So let people do communicate your work if you don't feel okay to do it by yourself.
Or just do it yourself. Thank you very much, Renate. And now back down to Ale again. And I can already see, Ale, that you are joined by a new guest. So over to you.
Now joining us on the helipad is Alison Clausen from IOC UNESCO. Welcome, Alison.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. And what an exceptional location you've chosen for this broadcast. It's really beautiful here.
Oh, yeah, I'm so glad about it as well. And Alison, would you tell us what your position is?
Sure, I can start with that. So I work at the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO, which is the UN agency charged with ocean science, making sure that everybody has the ocean science they need to take decisions. And within the IOC, I'm the deputy coordinator of the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development.
Really interesting. Like these are the kind of people that we need in this world, right? Like, so inspiring, and it's also. You were already with us last year, talking about the importance of ECOPs and our presence also in the decision-making process. Let's talk about how the global events like the Ocean Decade Conference, but also UN Ocean Conference, are opening doors for ECOPs. So for starters, how does the UN Ocean Conference include early career ocean professionals in its work?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I remember having the conversation, it must have been 14 months ago now, in Barcelona at the Ocean Decade Conference. Yeah, exactly. It feels a long time ago and a short time ago, but here we are in Nice now for the UN Ocean Conference, which is obviously the third in the series of these big UN Ocean Conferences, the first being in 2017 and then 2022 and now. And I would say over that time, there has been a definite improvement in the way that early career ocean professionals are able to access these conferences, are able to be part of the discussions in the preparation process leading up to the UN Ocean Conference. So this is managed by the UN Secretariat in New York through the Department of Economic and Social Affairs. And obviously the co-hosts, France and Costa Rica, are very engaged and as well. So in the preparation phase, there was a lot of discussion about diversity generally and how we could ensure generational diversity in the development of the background papers that are going to be in front of the Ocean Action Panels, how we can ensure that there are young voices present in the conference itself. So I think there was really a commitment from the conference organisers through the preparation to have early career ocean professionals involved. And we certainly saw that in some of the background work we were doing around ocean science, reaching out to ECOPs to have them contribute through UN agencies to the different documents and materials that were being prepared for the conference. Now we arrive in Nice. I think perhaps it's a little more challenging. As always with these big UN conferences, accreditation is a huge, huge issue. And we've seen that here. We saw it in Lisbon. We're seeing it here in Nice. I am hearing more and more, just anecdotally from ECOPs, that they've been able to get onto national delegations, that they've been able to get into civil society delegations, which is very, very reassuring to see. But I think this is still a huge challenge to have ECOPs not only involved in the preparation, but also engaged physically in the conference itself and to be able to be voices in the room.
Hi, Maddie.
Hi.
Hi, Alison. Great to meet you again.
Great to meet you. How are you?
Yeah, I think also, especially for those who did not get spaces in the delegations, financing coming here is also a huge challenge. I've also I was in touch myself with friends from my native country, Brazil. They were also struggling to come here, and I'm really glad to see how many of them also managed to come here.
Yes.
But yeah, of course, like there are always going to be challenges, but it's also reassuring to see, first of all, how many people are working towards expanding this access, and also seeing how the efforts are paying off. Would you like to pose a question?
Yeah, sure. So, Alison, thanks a lot for IOC UNESCO's support of the UN Ocean Decade, but also of the ECOP program. Are there any specific support programs or partnerships for ECOPs announced during this third UN Ocean Conference?
There will be, in fact, and a big focus on capacity development. So on the 12th of June, we'll be having a side event actually on a ship not far from here, the Stadsrad Lemkel, which is just over there, the Norwegian tall ship, which is a beautiful venue as well. And it's an event which is focused around capacity development, broadly the needs for capacity development in ocean science. But as part of that, we will be announcing and launching a new matchmaking service under the Ocean Decade Capacity Development Facility, which focuses on the needs of ECOPs and on the needs of partners in SIDS and LDCs. And this is going to be a real-time person-driven matchmaking service, which really you're able to log in as somebody who needs capacity development and put in your needs, and then partners are able to log in and say what they have to offer, and the service makes the match between the two. So the beta version is going to be launched on the Stadsrad Lemkel this week. We're looking for feedback. We're working with the ECOPs to try and improve it and make it as useful as possible. But we see that there's so much need for capacity development. There's a lot going on, and sometimes it's making those connections. And coming back to your point as well, part of this is also going to be looking at funding to get to those capacity development initiatives, because that can often be a big challenge for ECOPs as well.
And why is it? So you talked about looking back 14 months ago, and what has changed since last year? Why is it important to involve ECOPs in global discussions about the future of the oceans?
Yeah, I think the importance. Look, it is getting more important. I mean, the world has changed since 14 months ago. I think we're in a much more complex situation in terms of investment in ocean science, in terms of the role of ocean science in decision making, the perspectives that people give to science generally is also changing. It feels like we're in a very dynamic situation at the moment on many fronts, and so it's important more than ever that we have this diversity of voices in the room, and that the ECOPs are participating in the discussions that are going to be setting the tone for the future. So I think I said when we spoke at the Barcelona conference that ECOPs just have to be everywhere, absolutely woven into everything that we're doing, and more than ever that needs to be the case.
From your IOC UNESCO perspective, what's the biggest change that came with the current changes in the US American marine science?
Yeah, I think we're seeing a lot of change in funding and a lot of change in investment, particularly around ocean observations. The US has been a huge partner, supporting over half of the global ocean observations network, and so we're waiting to see what effect funding changes will have on the ability to continue ocean observations. And it's coming at a time where we didn't even need to keep the status quo of ocean observations. We needed to increase significantly. So, it's really something that we're keeping a very, very close eye on and analysing to see what the impacts are potentially going to be and what the solutions are going to be able to fill the gaps, whether that can be through engagement of other countries who haven't been so engaged, the engagement of industry, for example, all these amazing research vessels that we see here that are able to contribute to ocean observations as well. So it's something that's forefront of the minds of IOC at the moment.
And we just say then that's also super key event. I think that the most since we are now like having a country that also, specifically in the case of the US, that has always been such a source of funding, and the NOAA was also kind of a beacon of science, and everything there is now under attack. I think it's so important to also offer this, how do you say this solid floor where to step on, especially like in these shaky years of the beginning of our careers. Yeah. So all the more important the work that's been done, that you are doing, and that our previous guests here are also doing. So for our ECOPs watching us, this is, we had an overview of our challenges, a little introduction of what the ECOP program is, and this is well, there are people working with us. There are people who are really putting their hearts into making this entrance in our career easier for us, and opening the doors of amazing events like the ones that we have now in Nice, and also the future editions to come. So don't let those negative news sometimes disencourage you, because we need people like this. We need people that keep the flame alive and keep us all going.
So thank you very much, Alison Clausen of IOC UNESCO. It's been wonderful to talk to you, and have a great week here at UNOC 3.
Thank you so much. And I can also say that watch out later in June for the announcement of the host country and time of the 2027 Ocean Decade Conference, because we're going to be announcing that in a couple of weeks, and we want to have a very, very strong ECOP engagement in the preparation and in the conference. So keep an eye on our social media, and the announcement will be out in a few weeks' time.
There's going to be more ECOP involvement to come also after
Certainly.
this conference.
Yeah, very much so, yes. So we're looking forward to continuing the collaboration, and congratulations to you for all the work that you're doing as well.
But you can't tell us yet where it's going to be.
Nope, my lips are sealed.
It's going to be as nice and sunny as here in Nice.
My lips are sealed. Keep an eye on the social media.
27th, is that?
Yes, that's when we'll be making the announcement.
Okay, yeah, we look forward to that. So, yeah, we'll stay in contact. Alison, thank you so much. And now let's take a quick look ahead of what's ahead today.
Here are the highlights of Monday, 9th June today. The third UN Ocean Conference sessions, Ocean Action Panel 1, which is Conserving, Sustainably, Managing and Restoring Marine and Coastal Ecosystems, including the deep sea. And Ocean Action Panel 2, Increasing Ocean-Related Scientific Cooperation, Knowledge, Capacity Building, Marine Technology and Education to Strengthen Science Policy Interface. Further side events right here at the Research Verso Meteor, from the German Academy of Sea Research, we have an event about solution-driven ocean research, and from the Ocean Decade we have a global meeting, and the Ocean Decade global meeting, and also a high-level event with some decisions that stay tuned to see what's going to come out of it. These evenings event, ECOP side event on board here, the Meteor at 6 p.m. Central European Time, with a focus on the UN Pact for the Future, the negotiations about the Global Plastic Treaty, and the ratification and implementation process of the BBNJ agreement. Also stay tuned. And the pavilions in La Baleine, the whale, so the green zone, a few kilometers in that direction. For example, the events in the European Digital Ocean Pavilion with an Engage and Inspire area. And of course, a full slate of virtual events for V.ECOP Days 2025 streaming globally as you're watching right now. Thank you very much.
So you won't want to miss a minute of today's program. That wraps up our first breakfast corner. Thank you, Ale. It was fantastic to co-moderate with you. Thank you to today's guests on the helipad, and thank you to all of you watching around the world.
And we now hand over to the moderators of Ocean Action Panel 1, who are ready to guide us into the next phase of the program. Stay tuned as we meet again today between 6 and 8 p.m. here on board of the research vessel Meteor.
Enjoy the day ahead and see you back here tonight. And welcome again to ECOP Days 2025.
Hey everyone, thank you for joining us. I am Hadir and I am moderating this Ocean Action panel with Alan. As we start, I would support. Okay, as we start, if you would like to post on social media, you can use the hashtag V.ECOP25, ECOPs and Science to Action as well. UNOC 3 and abort meters. We would like to thank our sponsor who helped make this event possible. They include the German Marine Research Consortium in cooperation with the Global Eco Program, UNESCO, MEUPART, the General Federal Ministry of Research, Technology and Space, and this event is co-founded by the European Union. All right, let's get into it. How are you, Alan?
I'm good, Hadia. Thank you, and thank you everyone for joining us for this amazing event. So, as part of the third UN Ocean Conference and the special venue about the research vessel Meteor, we are presenting a contribution over 2 days from around the world. We will have early career ocean professionals, also known as ECOPs, who will share their work and contribution that aim toward the UN Ocean Decades and SDG 14. But before we start, we wanted to share a quick video with you that will bring us slowly toward our first Ocean Action Panel, which is Conserving, Sustainably Managing and Restoring Marine and Coastal Ecosystem, including deep sea ecosystem. So let's watch this video first.
Okay.
Los océanos son poco conocidos frente a lo que ellos significan para la humanidad.
The oceans dictate our future weather and also our long-term climate. It's half the oxygen we breathe and much of the protein that we consume.
Now the ocean is under threat. It faces
severe pollution and over-exploitation.
And for the UN to recognize this and say, we have to understand this great piece of the globe that affects us is profoundly important.
We're facing many challenges, so we do all need to come together if we want to see a healthy, resilient, and productive ocean taking us into the future.
The Decade of Ocean Sciences for Sustainable Development is the only opportunity we have to make sure that people continue to benefit from oceans while improving its ecological health.
A fantastic opportunity to really bring together science, decision-making, and society.
Как можно шире распространить знания о Мировом океане.
Y que ese entendimiento ayude en tomar unas decisiones más sabias.
For the whole of humanity, for sustainable development also after 2030.
Learn the ocean, protect the ocean, live with the ocean. That's it.
By the end of 2030, we should have very specific, measurable outputs.
And be able to tackle some really complex questions such as quantifying and mitigating cumulative impacts on our oceans.
And what we really need to do now is to use science in the context of a problem-solving approach.
So the decade is about leaving no one behind when it comes to the ocean.
The main target is to concentrate on the most vulnerable countries in the world.
And the ability to use science and technology in decision-making, especially for the small island developing states.
To reduce difference between the rich and the poor.
So that everybody has the capacity of obtaining samples and knowledge from the ocean.
وتكون في فرصة لتطبيق الابتكار في العلوم المحيطات في خلال هذه ال10 سنوات.
The decade to me represents a platform and a commitment by the global world for capacity development.
Para que esa década de los océanos en realidad marque una diferencia.
So for me, the decade gives that once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to really take that message forward, to consult with people around me, to showcase what ocean science can do for the world. And I'm sure we're going to have so many people wanting to be part of that decade.
We can participate in saving the ocean for the next generation to come. And I'm happy to be part of that.
It's not going to be easy, it's not going to be quick, but I think if we have a sound basis in scientific information and the technological tools, we'll be able to make progress much more quickly.
I don't want my grandson to be looking back at me when I'm gone and remembering that I wish he tried a little harder. I want to try really hard right now, and we owe it to the next generation and the generation after that.
Okay, hello everyone, and now we want to ask my friend Alan to highlight the importance of the ocean for such as incredible variety of stakeholders. What do you take away message from this video, Alan?
Well, I guess we can all agree that the ocean is not just a source of food and oxygen, it's also breathtaking sceneries. And what amazed me in this video is that it doesn't matter where we are from, our background, our culture, the ocean bridges us today and gather us today for this event. And so I think it's just amazing, and I guess our chance today is to talk about conserving, sustainably managing, and restoring marine and coastal ecosystem, including deep sea mining, which is our first ocean action panel. So before we make a start, I would like to quickly introduce myself for the audience who is joining us. I'm Alan. I'm from New Caledonia. I'm an aquaculture engineer, and I'll be moderating this session with Hadia, who is here with us. So perhaps, Hadia, you can quickly introduce yourself. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for giving me this floor. My name is Hadia Kholi. I am from Egypt. I am aquaculture specialist. I'm working now to protect oceans, spread ocean literacy, and promote sustainable aquaculture, and empower coastal community as well. And my work now focuses on communication as I part of ECOP and discuss seafood research as well, editor at Blue Life Hub. And now we are grateful to all of you who join us, but also to our incredible guests who are kindly sharing their work. Today session will gather 6 experts from 6 different countries, highlighting again the importance of V.ECOP Days. It is an amazing platform for early career ocean professionals to not only share passion for the ocean, and work towards SDG 14, sustainably use, but also conserve the ocean. One of the potential way to achieving SDG 14 is via the Ocean Action Panel 1, why conserving, sustainably managing, and restoring marine and coastal ecosystem, including deep sea ecosystem, is important, Alan.
Well, the ocean is a significant reservoir of biodiversity, providing essential benefits and services. Unfortunately, marine and coastal ecosystem faces significant challenges, including overfishing, pollution, climate change. And therefore, that's why we are here today, to bring a coordinated global response in order to conserve and sustainably manage ocean ecosystem. But despite progress, the global community is struggling to achieve the SDG 14. Besides, many countries and communities lack the necessary expertise, the financial resources to implement sustainable management frameworks, which highlights the capacity limitation and the government's challenges. So some solutions include empowering local communities, indigenous people, women, youth, and stakeholders, and also fostering cross-sectoral collaboration. Nature-based solutions, such as blue carbon ecosystem and science-based decision-making, can also promote ecosystem resilience and human well-being. So by implementing this solution, we can work toward achieving sustainable development goals and promoting a healthy, resilient system. But I'm going to let you, Hadi, introduce our first speakers and theme.
Okay, first we have incredible speakers will join us in order to dig into conserving, sustainably managing, and restoring marine coastal ecosystem, including deep sea ecosystem. We are lucky to have our amazing guest, Miss Erika Merhov and Miss Jessica Freire, to learn more about marine conservation. I would like to introduce you Miss Jessica Freire, who will have the responsibility to be our first contributor. Ms. Jessica has a bachelor's degree in biology and master's degree in applied marine biology, both from the University of Aveiro, Portugal. Her career has focused on marine megafauna ecology, mostly include studying sharks and rays in South Africa. And I think early this year, she also participated in a scientific expedition to Antarctica. She is interested in understanding how marine communities work, and most importantly, how to apply research knowledge into effective marine conservation action. And she recently joined ECOP Node Portugal and was excited to hear about the V.ECOP event. She believes it is a great opportunity for early career researcher to share the variety magnified ocean science. And now she will going to present her work she developed with her team. And the mic is yours, Miss Jessica, to learn more about you.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Jessica is with us, but perhaps we will switch presentation and ask Ms. Erika Mirov to start with. So before she start presenting us, I will quite quickly introduce herself. So Ms. Erika Mirov is a biologist from Uruguay and also PhD in oceanography from the University of Concepcion in Chile. She has served as a postdoctoral researcher in Chile at the Catholic University of the North and later in Uruguay. Since 2018, her work has focused on physical and biological ocean modeling to investigate larval connectivity of various marine species at the regional level. Currently, she is a researcher at the Clemente Estebol Biological Research Institute in Uruguay, where she studied the functional role of MPAs in Uruguay in supporting larval connectivity of invertebrate species in the southern South Atlantic Ocean. Thank you again, Erica, and now the audience is yours.
Share my screen and start my presentation. Well, my presentation is titled Larval Connectivity of the Blue Crab Calinectes sapidus in the Southwestern Atlantic region. This is a work that I am authoring with co-authors Dr. Combes, Matano, Marcos Alanis from Brazil, David Vélez and Noemi Rojas from Chile, and Dr. Omar De Feo from Uruguay. As introduction, well, population connectivity is the exchange of individuals between geographically separated subpopulations, and it is considered a key process for population replenishment, genetics, spread of invasive species, among others. In this framework, it is important to consider directional metapopulation, which are source and sinks populations, which have different demographic rates and unequal larval exchanges. In this sense, source populations are areas with high habitat quality and where birth rates are higher than mortality rates, and sink populations are areas of reduced habitat quality where mortality rates are higher than birth rates. Sink population lose larvae, and source population apports larvae to the common pool of larvae and for sink population areas. Why studying larval connectivity? Because the acceptance of marine protected areas as conservation and fisheries tool required evidence that marine protected areas effectively contribute larvae to non-protected areas for key species. Also, considering ecological connectivity in the design of marine protected areas and ecologically coherent networks of protected areas across coasts and the ocean has increased in importance with the 2022 coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Well, Uruguay, this is the map of Uruguay, where you can see in the coast where are the marine protected areas located, and recently it has incorporated another area to the national system of protected areas. However, we have a very low percentage of marine protected areas in our country. In addition to this, the area where Uruguay is located, the Southwestern Atlantic Ocean, includes one of the most intense warming hotspots in the global ocean, where the rate of sea surface temperature increase was twice than the average warming. You can see here in the map the region where Uruguay is located, the Southwestern Atlantic Ocean. It's in the top panel, it is in red. Well, another issue is that Calinectes sapidus is an important fisheries resource in Uruguay and in the region. It also sustains sustainable fishing pressure throughout its distribution area, and this crab is overexploited, and there are still many gaps in the understanding of the ecology and behavior of this species. In Uruguay, in particular, It is artisanally harvested in the coastal lagoon systems that extend from Punta del Este to South Brazil. The general objective was to determine the population connectivity of Calinectes sapidus between marine protected areas from Uruguay and to evaluate the role of marine protected areas in the supply of larvae to non-protected areas in the region. Well, as for methodology, the larval connectivity was studied through bio-oceanographic modeling and modeling system coupled to particle tracking model to infer dispersion and connectivity. The individual-based model was coupled to hydrodynamic model of the ROMs with a 3.8 resolution for the period 2000-2012. This model was validated with in situ data and derived from satellite data. And the individual-based model, the biological model, was implemented through ECOP code. The biological model considers the blue crab life cycle, where the larval hatching occurs in the mouth of the streams and lagoons close to the open ocean. So the zoea are delivered to the ocean where they develop. In the model, I consider two larval release events, one in January, summer, and one in March, fall. And the larvae were maintained planktonic development length through 16 days when they are considered to recruit to coastal lagoons. It also included larval behavior. We consider diurnal vertical migration of the larvae. The release recruitment areas were from adjacent areas to Los Patos Coastal Lagoon in Brazil, Chui Stream number 2 in Uruguay, Castillos Lagoon number 3 in Uruguay, Rocha Lagoon in Uruguay number 4, and Garzón Lagoon in Uruguay number 5, and the San Borondón Bay in Argentina. The areas in Uruguay are protected areas except for Area 2. Los Patos Lagoon is not protected, and San Borondón Bay is also a protected area. Well, this is the preliminary results. In the figure, you can observe the mean connectivity matrix for larvae released in January. In this figure, in the you can see the release area and the recruiting areas in the vertical X. So in the diagonal, you can observe the self-recruitment. Self-recruitment was always higher than the connectivity among areas. Self-recruitment was highest in Area 2. This is Chui Stream in Uruguay. And it's also possible to observe that for January larval release Area 1, Los Patos, supplied larvae to recruitment Area 2 in Uruguay. There was connectivity among all the areas in Uruguay, and it is also possible to observe that Area 6 in Argentina did not receive larvae from other areas. Also for larvae release, this is the mean connectivity matrix for larvae release in March. It's a very similar pattern where you can see the self-recruitment in the diagonal matrix. Self-recruitment was highest in Area 2, Chui Stream in Uruguay, and recruitment Area 1 in Brazil received larvae from Area 2 in Uruguay, although with very low probabilities. Release areas 2 to 5 supply larvae in both directions, southwest and northeast, and the Area 6 in Argentina did not receive larvae from other areas. Well, the results showed seasonal variability in connectivity patterns. Also, it was possible to observe variability at the interannual scale, but these are not presented. For larvae released in March, release area from Uruguay supplied larvae to Los Patos Lagoon, non-protected area in Brazil, most of the years, but with very low probabilities. Larval released in January from Los Patos Lagoon reached recruitment areas from Uruguay. These model results will be complemented with population genetic analysis to determine source and sink areas. And our results highlight the importance of considering international co-management of this transboundary fishery resource. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this presentation. So I don't know if our audience has some questions, but feel free to let us know if you have any. I see that Jessica has raised her hand, so perhaps Jessica, I'm going to let you ask your question.
It was just a clap.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, thank you so much for this introduction. Perhaps I just have one question before we move to the next presentation, but there's variables such as temperatures that is involved in your predicted model. So as it gets hotter and hotter due to climate change, so do you think this model will still be strong enough for the next few years, or what are your thoughts on it?
Well, the idea is to consider the temperature in the model. This first running is not considering, but also because this is a species from tropical origin. It is probably that temperatures here will not affect the larvae in the model. So as for mortality, yes?
Yeah. Thank
you. I will compare the results with cold water species. So including the temperature and comparing different species.
Yeah, I think that's it for me. I don't know if people have questions. Otherwise, we can hear from our next speaker, which is Jessica.
I think it should be fine. Okay, can you see my screen? It's not in presentation.
Yeah, it's uploaded now.
Okay.
Yeah, it's good.
Okay, thank you, Alan and Adir, for presenting me. My name is Jessica, and today I'm going to present to you my team's research on fish diversity of Santo Antão, Cabo Verde. And this work was conducted while I was a research fellow at the University of Aveiro in Portugal. So I am part of the COAST project, which intends to increase the scientific knowledge about the marine ecosystems of Santo Antão in Cabo Verde, and also provide conservation and management suggestions. As you can see, the project has several work packages, but the work that I'm presenting today is highly related to work package 1, baseline data collection, since it integrates the biodiversity assessment. And what I'm going to show you today are the preliminary results that we have on the fish communities. First of all, just to explain to you what our study area is. Our study area is the island of Santo Antão, which is an island in Cabo Verde, an archipelago of the West African coast. And as you can see, Santo Antão is a beautiful island with a variety of landscapes. The local communities are really dependent on agriculture, but also on fishing. Nevertheless, the marine resources of this island are notably understudied. And this is particularly relevant considering that there are emergent threats such as extensive aquaculture systems and also an increasing industrialized fishing. So we need to know what's going on with these ecosystems. So to have a look at the fish communities, we had 38 stations that were located around the island. And in these stations, we conducted underwater transects, both at shallow depth, above 30 meters, and at mesophoric depths below 30 meters. These underwater video transect surveys were performed by technical scuba divers with mixed gas rebreathers. And by using this non-invasive technique, the disturbance to the fish and to the other organisms was minimal. So then we had this huge number of video transects, and these videos had to be analyzed, which was my task. And what I had to do was basically count and identify all the fish. You can see that we have two examples, a shallow transect and a mesophoric transect. So this is two examples of what the transects look like. And you can see that the mesophoric transect is way more blue due to the reflection of the light. So these are very preliminary results and analysis, but I can tell you that in total, around 80,000 fish were counted. And in the graph, you can see the average fish density per transect and in each geographical region of Santo Antão. And while it looks that the shallow transect has higher fish density than the mesophoric transect, if we look at the regions where both depths were sampled, we see that the only statistical significant difference was in the southwest. Regarding fish identification, we identified a total of 78 taxa, and most of these were species, but a few were higher taxonomical levels, as you can see here. Some were genus, family, or order level, and this had to do with the underwater visibility in the videos not being good enough for more accurate identifications. In the graphs, you have the fish, the proportion in percentage of each fish taxa density per region. And if we look at the shallow graph, we see that the most abundant species was the brown chromish, Azorina multilineata, which is represented by these blue rectangles. And in the mesophoric, the most dominant species was Chromish luvoki, which is represented by these purple rectangles. So these species are both quite small, they're highly mobile, and they have a gregarious behavior. And this means that they form really, really large schools of individuals. And this explains why they are so dominant compared to the other fish species. Other common species include the yellow goatfish, Muloidictis martinicus, the Morovia surgeonfish, Acanthurus moroviae, the black spot picarel, Spicara mulanurus, and also the walnut rust, Thalassoma pavo. So we associated all the fish taxa with a respective feeding mode, because this also gives us an idea of the functional diversity in the ecosystems. And in the graph, you have the percentage of number of fish taxa per each feeding mode and geographical region. And we see that both in the shallow and in the mesophoric zones, there was a high number of taxa that feed on benthic invertebrates. However, in the shallow zone, there was a higher number of herbivore and omnivore fish taxa, and this is easily explained by the fact that there is a greater quantity of plant matter in the shallow zone than in the mesophoric zone, since it is known that, for example, algae cover decreases with the increase of depth. Interestingly, the number of piscivore taxa, which are fish that feed primarily on other fish, was higher in the mesophoric than in the shallow. And considering that these piscivores are usually big and pelagic species, as you can see here in the image, and of course, these species are of interest to the fishermen, this result aligns with the fact that the mesophoric zone is primarily targeted in the local fisheries. We also conducted some diversity indexes. So in the first graph, we have taxa richness, the number of taxa per transect, and in the second, we have phyllo's evenness, which is a measurement of how uniform a community is based on the proportion of the species. So by looking at this, we see that it seems that the mesophotic transects have higher taxa richness, meaning that more species were sighted in the mesophotic transect, but the shallow transects have overall higher evenness, which means that the shallow communities are a bit more balanced in terms of species distribution compared to the mesophotic. We also conducted the Shannon-Wiener Index, which indicates as alpha diversity or local diversity. And if we look at these three graphs as a whole, we see that there is a predominance of the northeast and of the northwest as the maximum values of these indexes. And therefore, we can say that perhaps the northeast, the northwest, the north region of the island in general is the most relevant in terms of fish diversity. We built some rarefaction curves, in which you see the expected number of new taxa found along with the increasing sampling effort. And while some curves almost reach their plateau, which indicates that there was good sampling effort and there are barely any new species to be detected, in turn, others are quite truncated, which indicates, of course, insufficient sampling. Nevertheless, we see that the north is definitely the most interesting region in terms of fish diversity, since the steepest curve in the shallow was referring to the northwest, and the steepest in the mesophotic is referred to the northeast. And this raises the question of why? Why does the north region of the island seem to be distinct than the others? And one hypothesis has to do with these strong currents that exist north of the island and that come in a north to south direction, and therefore might bring a great quantity of nutrients to the north region of Santo Antão and therefore stimulate fish diversity. What are the main conclusions of this study? So first of all is that the Pomacentridae fish family is the dominant taxa, regardless of location and of depth. And in this video, you can see both species that I mentioned. You have the yellow one, Chromis duboki, and the darker one, Azurina multilineata. Also, fish density was comparable between shallow and mesophotic zones, but there was higher taxa richness in the mesophotic and more balanced communities in the shallow. And generally, it seems that the north region of Santo Antão hosts the most diverse fish communities. All of these that I presented to you is the first comprehensive fish diversity assessment in this island, meaning that no fish research had been conducted before. And of course, these type of studies are extremely important because understanding the fish assemblages is essential to be able to establish proper and adequate marine conservation strategies. What we want to do with this is publish this research. Of course, we're currently working on that. And by integrating these results with other biodiversity results, for example, related to the benthic organisms, we want to show this data in a workshop that will happen later in the year in Santo Antão, and that will involve all the relevant stakeholders, such as the policy makers and the local fishermen. And hopefully we will be able to propose a marine protected area based on the scientific outcomes of the project. Finally, I just want to make some acknowledgements, first and foremost to the fishermen in Santo Antão, because none of this would have been possible without them, since all the field work was conducted in their fishing boats and with their help. Also to Fred, Bruno, and Dr. Teresa, which were the technical divers that conducted the transects, and of course the funding entities of the project. If you have any questions, you can reach out to me. And thank you so much for listening.
Thanks a lot, Jessica, for this informative presentation. I am very, very excited to see the final result and the publication for this project. And now I want to ask you one question. What are the next steps in the COUS project, and how will analysis using diversity indices and multivariety analysis contribute to a deeper understanding of the fish community, variation, and inform conservation and management recommendation.
So, as I said in the presentation, these are very preliminary analysis because I didn't finish the video analysis that long ago. So this was a very exploratory approach to the data. But I think that understanding fish abundance and fish diversity around the island, and also to see what type of factors are influencing these assemblages, such as the geographical region itself, the depth, to see if there's a difference between shell and mesophotic. And something we also want to have a look is habitat type. So we have different habitats in these sampling stations. We have black coral forest, we have Gorgonian fields, we have rocky seafloor, and seeing if this type of variables have an influence. And again, integrating all of these fish results with the other biodiversity results that are referring to the benthic organisms, I think we can definitely identify the most relevant locations around the island that are priority for conservation. Because at the moment, the marine ecosystems are, okay, I don't know, having a bit of interference, but as I was saying, at the moment, the marine ecosystems seem to be in a good status, but as there are these emerging threats, we of course need to monitor what's going on and perhaps get ahead and protect what is still in a very good status before it gets bad.
So thank you, Jessica. We may potentially have an interview, so I'm not sure when, but perhaps Mr. Manjurul Hassan may have to interrupt yourself just so you be aware, and then you may be able to resume after. But thank you for this two amazing presentation. And now we're gonna hear about Mr. Manjurul Hassan, who I'm gonna introduce you now. So Mr. Manjurul Hassan is a dedicated ocean researcher with over 9 years of experience, currently serving as a senior scientist at the Bangladesh Fisheries Research Institute. His work primarily focuses on marine conservation and management, including areas such as fisheries, seagrass, and seaweed ecosystem. Manjurul is currently pursuing his PhD in marine spatial planning at German University, where his research emphasizes on marine spatial planning and climate change. He is an active contributor to the international marine science community, being a member of ECOP, and global scientific bodies such as also Association for the Sciences of Limnology and Oceanography. His work bridges science, policy, and community, aiming to ensure resilient and ecological balanced marine future for Bangladesh and beyond. So now it's all yours, Mr. Hassan.
Okay. Thank you, Alan. Now I'm going to present a topic, the MPA's role in ocean management. I have already Alan introduced about myself, so let me discuss about the topic. Actually, I will focus on the MPA role in ocean management in Bangladesh. What's the current status of main priority in Bangladesh, and what's the role of MPA in Bangladesh for the ocean governance and other things. So let me start. What is actually the main purpose area? It's actually an area across the main environment that is more protected for biodiversity and its surroundings. It's also known as maritime rivers, reserves, marine parks, no take or no gun zones, it's marine sanctuaries, ocean sanctuaries. And actually, MPA is a very useful tool to restore, preserve, and improve species diversity and increase ecosystem resilience and environmental change. And you know that the ocean covers 70% of the planet, and ocean management is vital for sustainable development, and MPA is one of them. 8% of the world ocean is covered by some form of main production, like 2022, 2.9% is covered fully or highly protected areas. As you can see here from this picture, that is marked by the blue, highly protected zones, the green mark, the less protected zones around. So, what is the status of Bangladesh in case of Bangladesh? Now, we start about the Bangladesh situation. Bangladesh is actually a lowland country, but is vastly resourceful, like with polar reef, seagrass, mangrove, seaweed, soil marshes. But the biodiversity of Bangladesh has been affected seriously with different type of aspects like man-made actions, pollutions, and also the climate change impacts. And if you see the man-made actions like the island fishing, okay, I think I should stop from the mobile phone because I have some problems with webcams in my laptop. You can see that IU fishing, overfishing, and habitat destructions are some form of the man-made activities that has hampered the main biodiversity. And from a pollution perspective, you can see the microplastics is one of the is not only the country regional problem; it's also a global problem. And some of the heavy metals that has also affected the main biodiversity in the country and also the agricultural runoff. And the severe impacts of climate change, like the rising sea level, which is because of the global warming and ocean acidification. Also, the saline water actually intruded in the coastal belt of the country that has been affecting the marine biodiversity. And here is this exclusive economic zone of Bangladesh. You can see that the Bay of Bengal is in the country, and it's a triangle shape. Here you can see that neighboring India and also Myanmar. So what's the history of MPA in Bangladesh? It started in 1973 with the Wildlife Order for the Marine Resources Management, and it comes to 1983, there is a Fisheries Ordinance also for the Marine Resources Management. And in 1997, the UNESCO declared the mangrove, the Sundarban mangrove, as a World Heritage Sites that actually emphasizes the main areas of Bangladesh needs to be protected. And in 2000, Bangladesh signed the treaty, the Convention of Biological Diversity, that 10% of the maritime area should be protected as MPA. That's actually one of the history of MPA in Bangladesh. And I can sum up the short as a rationale for the establishing MPA in Bangladesh, as we have two very important disputes, maritime disputes with Myanmar in 2012 and in India in 2014. Which Bangladesh owned both of them, and because of that, Bangladesh gained some momentum for the marine protection actions, like Bangladesh signs the Convention on Biological Diversity, and also we have the Sustainable Development Goals, and like in the Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, like 30-30 means 30% of the maritime area or EEZ should be declared as MPA. You can see the maritime boundary with the Myanmar and with the India, which actually Bangladesh own both of them. And the kind status, now we'll discuss the kind status of MPA in Bangladesh. As you can see that we have 5 main protected areas, like from the middle ground and south patches, sort of no ground, Nijum Deep, Saint Martin Island, which is actually the coral reef, and the 5th one is NAF MPA. And among the 5, 3 are in the southeast part of the country, and 1 is in the southern middle part, and 1 is the west part of the country. And all of them has been declared some form of act or ordinance. This is just a comparative analysis of the area coverage across the 5 established MPAs. The Nizamdeep MPA, you can see the highest area coverage among all. Here is the graphical location of the first 4 established MPA in our country. And this is the latest, the 5th one, declared in 2024. And you can see the combined locations, geographical locations of the established 5 MPAs in our country. And you can see the Song MPA, which is actually one of the most important MPA in our country, because it's also very close to our neighboring country, India. So now I will discuss some of the key features of the main protected areas in our country. That you can see that 5 MPA have been declared for different role and purposes. And the first two has been declared for the conservation of marine fisheries resources, dolphins and whales. But the third one, that the Nizamdeep MPA, has been declared for the production of hilsa, breeding ground and outside ground. Actually, the hilsa is the national fish and also the geographical indication product of the country. So it's very important MPA for Bangladesh. And you can see the total MPA actually covers 6.6818% of the total EZ, which is actually we are lagging behind not only the latest environmental protocol target, that is 30%, but also the previous target of ECOP target at Convention of Biological Diversity, the 10%. We are still lacking that, so we have to do a lot of works for that purposes.
To quickly interrupt you as our Mojo is ready to run the interview, and you'll be able to resume after that, if that's okay with you.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So now over to you, Mary. If Mary is not ready, then maybe Mr. Hassan, if you could resume your presentation. It's a live event. It wouldn't be funny if we don't have any until the end of our session. So far it has been amazing presentation. So yeah, perhaps Hadi, you could check in our group chat what's happening while I try to fill the time. Yeah, I'm not sure if Mr. Hassan, you are still with us, and perhaps you could resume your presentation, and we'll just continue listening to your sharing, and we'll get back to the interview once we know what's happening. Is that okay?
for the interview.
Oh, okay, then perfect. We'll do the interview. Thank you. Yes, please.
So, here is the graphical presentations of the level of fishing protections in the maritime boundary of Bangladesh. As you can see, the red marked zones are vastly protected in case of the level of fishing. And here is the role of the main area in the blue economy in Bangladesh. We can see that there are a lot of sectors of the blue economy in Bangladesh, like maritime sector, ocean mining, marine biotechnology, tourism, offshore energy, and also the fisheries and aquaculture has been the prominent sector for the blue economy. And the role in case of Bangladesh is one of the most important is biodiversity conservation. A lot of fisheries and other aquatic organisms has been protected due to the establishment of the MPA in the Bay of Bengal region. And so far as the pollution control also is on the critical role as microplastics and other pollutions like heavy metals has been one of the critical challenges in the ocean ecosystem of Bay of Bengal. And also, seagrass beds, I have also mentioned that I have also researched on the seagrass. For the coastal protections, the main protected areas has a critical role for the coastal erosions and also for the coastal protections, as Bangladesh has been one of the most climate vulnerable countries in the world. And also, we also know that the fisheries management has been one of the most serious concerns in terms of Bangladesh, because most of the nutrition come from the fisheries of the ocean. So there is a heavy role of MPA in terms of fisheries management in the Bay of Bengal or the oceans in the country. As you can see the Saint Martin Island has been blessed with the coral island, although there are severe bleaching has been occurred for some of the decades there, and also the mangroves southwest of the Bay of Bengal, and you can see the seagrass beds in southern part of the country. So I say that the latest MPA in Bangladesh is MNAP MPA. There is a biodiversity conservation. So you can see from the pictures that cetaceans, grouper, sea turtle, horseshoe crab, also the birds like the migratory birds has been protected because of the MPA. So I have mentioned about the hillside productions in our country. The hillside is the geographical indication product of the country, and the Nizamdeep MPA, the third MPA, has been declared mostly because of the migration route to conserve the migration route of the hillside. The hillside comes from the oceans to the rivers for the breeding purposes, and also returns to the sea from the rivers through this route. So there are some of the legislations in Bangladesh which has needs to be more updated for the MPA declarations and also for other management activities. Like we have Main Fisheries Ordinance 1983. Now we have Main Fisheries Act 2020. Some of the governance organizations that has been governing the MPA in Bangladesh has been the most Bangladesh Fisheries Research Institute, where I belongs to, and other like Department of Fisheries, Department of Environment, and Forest Department. But there need to be coordinations among all those stakeholders for the monitoring and for the management activities in the Bay of Bengal. And let's explore some of the challenges for the implementations of MPA in Bangladesh. Whatever is like the pollutions, like oil pollutions, industrial waste, or ballast and ballast water, and like the climate change challenges like sea level rise and energy infusions, and some of the activities like the energy, like we have lots of oil and gas blocks in the MPA region. So we need to think about it when we will be going to exploit these resources inside the MPA regions. Also, I have honestly mentioned that the coordinations need to be more active, and we have lack the planning, like the MSP, like main special planning. We have a lot of conflicts around the MPA zones. So we need to implement the main special planning, which is a proven tool for the ocean management and ocean conservations. Also, the awareness need to be built up more. Some of the major threats like unsustainable fishing practices.
Sorry, Mr. Hassan. Sorry, apologize again. Apparently, we've been told the interview is ready. Okay. We will resume your presentation after the interview. Thank you so much for your understanding.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Hi again. Hi back in Nice, in the old part of Nice. Now we are in front of RV Meteor. Earlier we were on the helipad, but as you can see, the ship is here behind us, and I'm now joined by Professor Arne Perzinger. Arne, you're a researcher with the GeoMar, Helmut Center for Ocean Research in Kiel in Germany. So welcome. Good morning.
Thanks.
Great to have you here. And you actually have been a cruise leader on this ship before. Just give us a little idea of what that's like.
Oh, it's very exciting, and I have fond memories of my times on the Meteor. It's always a world of its own. When you go for months or so on one of these research places, you get into a very busy work mode. Everyone is busy.
Okay, sounds great. So the next expedition you'll be leading will be probably, or at least one of the next expeditions, the V.ECOP expedition. That's gonna be an expedition in the West African oceans, in the Atlantic Ocean in front of West Africa, around the Cape Verdes. What exactly are you gonna do with V.ECOP?
V.ECOP is really more than just one expedition. It's actually a year-long experiment of West Africa with multiple ships. The new Meteor will be the center part of it. We really want to, from a holistic point of view, understand the functioning of the most important system. Because so many people in Africa depend on this good state and their livelihoods.
So a good example of the size of that expedition, though it's really more an entire research program, is probably the Mosaic expedition that was 1 year long in the Arctic Ocean, but now it's going to be in the Atlantic. What exactly do you hope to find out during that program mission?
Well, this most important ecosystem, which is extremely productive, it has the richest biodiversity. It's never been looked at over 4 annual cycles. We don't understand how the seasons progress. People go there for 1 cruise, say for a month, and have a snapshot of its function. And we want, for the first time, get the full season cycle. We're excited to close the year, and that's something that we don't know how it works and how biology, chemistry, physics, and geology are really, really connected.
So you're gonna look into upwelling systems, and we have upwelling systems all over the world, and they're very interesting to oceanographers, especially chemical oceanographers like you are, who are researching the carbon cycles of the ocean. So what exactly is an upwelling system?
An upwelling system is a system where you have strong winds, trade winds, and these have to go past the coast, along the coast, in the right direction. And if that's the case, and it's not the case in too many places in the World Ocean, you can have waters pushed away from the coast to the open ocean and cold waters upwell from underneath. And with the cold water come nutrients, and they drive this very rich biology and this most rich ecosystem. So it's the trade winds that blow along the coast that cause the whole thing. And we have exactly 4 places in the Pacific and Atlantic Ocean where that's the case. And those are the major, big, famous coastal upwelling systems.
So really hotspots of biodiversity production. We are here with the ECOP Days 2025. So what opportunities will ECOPs have to join the Futuro mission?
Oh, it's going to be 12 cruises, and I bet that half of the scientists on board will be young researchers doing their PhD, for example. Hopefully many of them from Africa, from our partner institutions in Africa. So this is really, it's going to be an exciting thing, because you have this big cohort of people from all disciplines, including even social sciences, working on this one big system in more or less holistic way. So it's going to be so much exchange and excitement and cross-cultural experience that I would love to be back to my PhD days and be a student in that program.
So that's back to you, all ECOPs of the world, whether you're from Africa or from Europe. Feel free to apply for one of those exciting PhD student positions with Arne Kürzinger and the Futuro mission. And now we'll hand back over to you, Alan.
Good.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you for the interview. Again, a lot of interruptions, so sorry about that, Mr. Hassan. It's a live event, so we have to accommodate. But if you could please resume, and then we will ask you a few questions.
Finishing my presentations. So now I will discuss about some of the transboundary conflicts on the MPA. That we have neighboring countries like India, Myanmar, also the Sri Lanka. So for the management activities, for the monitoring activities of main port radius in the Bay of Bengal region is very complicated. As you can see, some of the Indian fishing boats from some of the Myanmar fishing boats comes to the Bay of Bengal territory of the EEZ of Bangladesh, and they will create some conflicts of the fishing ban periods time for the during Bangladesh, and also we have to consult with them for transboundary MPA management systems. So it's very critical and complicated. As you would see, it's although not so much updated data, but you can see that India leads the most of the declarations of MPA and Bangladesh behind them. But there is significant lackings in terms of MPA declarations in Pakistan, Sri Lanka, and also the Maldives. There are some of the proposed main port radius in the Bay of Bengal region that already 5 have been declared, and some of the potentials like in the west part of the country and also in the high seas as well. So actually, for the MPA management, there should be integrated management needed, like go from before the MPA declarations, during the MPA declaration, and also after the MPA declarations. And I can tell you that after the declaration of the 5 MPAs, there is lack of monitoring and coordinations among the stakeholders. That is also not good for the long term conservation activities in the Bay of Bengal. So what actually ocean management and future directions, like we have overfishing, we have pollution problem, we have climate change problem. So for the food, for the culture, we need new established management tool like main spatial planning, which I have already mentioned that we are in the early phase, not actually being implemented yet. So in future, there should be AI technology for the monitoring and for the observations and also the remote sensing for data collections of the Bay of Bengal region. And we need to have some nature-based solutions for these activities. And also the integrated main spatial planning will have a critical role for the PA management and monitoring. So before concluding, I can show these pictures that what actually sustainable blue economy for the Bangladesh, like identification and declarations of MPAs, and we should resolve the conflicts among the sea users, and Bangladesh should have a strong national framework because it lacks some legal aspects, and also there should be combined collaboration between science and other latest tools, and also the youth, the community, the local or indigenous community should be involved actively. And I can tell you that the youth should be more involved in those ocean activity tools, ocean management tools that will promote the ocean management and ocean conservations. So that's all from my part. Thank you all for your patience hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Hassan, and again, sorry for interrupting you. If our contributor or audience have questions, please feel free to ask. But I wanted to ask you, Mr. Hassan, involving different communities is key, but sometimes it's challenging. I've personally experienced a lot of challenges when you try to involve different stakeholders and especially local communities. So for you, what would be the key element to take into consideration when involving different communities and to make your work flow smoothly?
Okay, thank you, Alan, for your nice questions. Actually, you know that when you have to discuss with the local communities or you have to involve the local communities, you have to be more aware about their indigenous knowledge and about their way of speech, because they do not tell about, like the scientific community can speak about different type of problems or solutions. They have their own learning from the nature. So we have to learn from their and we have to show respect how they can contribute to the problems and how can they can contribute to the solutions. So that's the first thing. And the second thing, we have to involve them in different activities like awareness building activities, and we can involve them in different management and for different monitoring activities. So they can be actively involved in those management or monitoring activities, and they can take part. So that's the one thing. And from my point of view, I am now doing my PhD that will be more focused on the main spatial planning. That is, there's a big tool, like it includes all those like MPAs and other things. MPAs just protect the biodiversity or the ecology, but MSP that can not only protecting the ecosystem or ecology, that can resolve the conflicts among the different sea users. So maybe I will share something from my research in future if I got the opportunity. Thank you, Alan. I think.
Thank you so much. I don't know if our contributors have any question for Mr. Hassan. We may potentially have an interview coming soon, but before we do so, I wanted to ask each of you who have presented something tonight, what do you see as the main challenges in your work? And if you look at the bigger picture, like what the challenge is to reach SDG 14, which is conserving, but also sustainably use it, because there's a lot of people relying on it as a source of income or food, and we can just only focus on conservation. So perhaps, I don't know if Mrs. Erika Mirov, you could share your thoughts on these questions?
Can I mention one thing? Can I mention one thing about the Alan questions or Alan's comments? That among the all SDGs, we have 17 SDG goal. The SDG 14, which is actually life below the water. I think it's the achievement of SDG 14 is far behind among the other SDGs. Actually, we should. That's why we should conduct more research, and we should be more actively to try and to force to advance the target of the SDG 14. Otherwise, we are still lagging far behind among the other SDGs.
Yes, thank you for commenting on that part. I do agree with you, but because our ocean panel focused a bit more on SDG 14, that's why I'll ask you about this one, but I fully understand your comment. So Mrs. Erica, I was asking, like, what are the challenges you face in your work, but also if you look at the bigger picture on how to achieve SDG 14, which is about conserving, but also sustainably use it, because there's a lot of people relying on the ocean as an income or as a source of food. So I was wondering what are the challenges you face and potentially solutions you may have.
Well, regarding my research, I see that challenges are difficulty in international co-management of the species. Because, for example, in Uruguay, we have many marine protected areas for these species, the blue crab, Calinectes sapidus. But, for example, in the next habitat, the next place, it is present in Brazil, not a protected area. I think that co-management, international co-management, would be a great challenge.
Well, thank you. We do experience the same in the Pacific, having different islands and different status. It's also a challenge for us. Maybe Miss Jessica Ferreira, if you could share your challenges and perhaps any solutions you may have. Thank you.
There are two main challenges, in my opinion. The first one has to do with what I said in my presentation, which is the fact that nothing is known about the marine ecosystems of particularly Santo Antão, but this also applies to other islands of Cabo Verde. And I think it's very hard to convince people that we should protect or conserve something if you don't have the knowledge and the proofs that, okay, this is worth protecting. So that is definitely one of the challenges, the lack of research in this type of places. And the other one, you kind of touched on it with your question, which was not necessarily the community engagement, because my supervisor, which is the principal investigator of this project, she has been working in Cabo Verde for many years, and she has built a very good relationship and good network with the local fishermen. As I explained, they are very involved in the field work and in the project. But I think the biggest problem is the transition to the policymakers and to actually be able to convince them with science, okay, this is what we found and this is worth protecting. I think that's definitely one of the biggest challenges, and that is why we're having this workshop later in the year. About solutions, I'm really not sure. I think one important thing is to be resilient and not give up of trying to prove your point. But of course, we we are European scientists, and we can't just arrive somewhere and tell them you have to do this. That's not how it works, of course. So we have to make sure that every part is heard and find a common ground for the sake of benefiting everyone and at the same time protecting what is needed to be protected.
Thank you. Thank you. We just got a message and we will have another interview now. So I'm going to hand it over to our module. But thank you.
Hi, so we are back here from Labalane. We are in the stomach of the whale. If you look around, it's a beautiful, beautiful pavilion with 15 different expositions here. This is the place that is open for the public to come here and interact with all these different with installations that we have here. And with me, I have Ron Tardif from 1,000 Ocean Startups. 1,000 Ocean Startups, those are a lot of startups. Like, how did you come to this project?
Yeah, so 1,000 Ocean Startups is a coalition, actually, of entrepreneur supporting organizations, nearly 60 members now, who have made a commitment starting in 2021 to support 1,000 ocean positive solutions, mainly early stage for-profit companies, with the potential to transform the blue economy and protect and restore the health of the ocean. And so I'm happy to say that we're here at the halfway point to the end of the UN Ocean Decade, and the coalition has supported more than 550 of those companies. So we're actually more than halfway on our way.
Amazing. I'm looking around here and like you've made a very, very impressive pavilion. Could you walk us through a bit of it?
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, welcome to our very vibrant reef here. We chose the name the Startup Reef because we wanted to evoke the ecosystem that we are building. It's not just the startups, just like a coral reef is not just the coral. That they may be the heart of what we're doing, but we need investors, we need accelerators, we need scientists, we need all of those that supporting infrastructure, and they're all gathering here at the reef. So we come on in, we dive on in. Basically, we have, I think, 13 walls here within the reef. We have 40 companies that are being featured across 7 impact themes. So things like navigating the net zero transition, decarbonizing shipping, for example, or creating electric boats. We have seeking out new data and insights. So really looking at ocean data and what do we need, what technologies, what AI models do we need to really understand the ocean, which is a central part of the UN Ocean Decade. But we've also got everything from blue food to tapping into ocean energy. And so what we wanted to do here is and we have a motto, which is the solutions are ready, the ocean is ready, are we? And so what we wanted to say is it's not just fancy technology that we're showing off here. That's great, and a lot of it is built, and that's what we wanted to share with our audience. But what's missing is the implementation. So we don't think that technology, we are all backers of technology and innovation and new companies, but we don't think that that's the limiting factor to protecting the health of our ocean. We can do that today if we decide to act, if we decide to implement these solutions, if we decide to regulate in a way that takes, as we discussed recently at the Blue Economy Finance Forum, that incentivizes good behavior and punishes bad behavior or ocean damaging behavior and channels, those sort of costs or taxes on bad behavior or damaging activities and reinvests them into the solutions that you see here in the pavilion. So we can come in and look at the foyer as well. And so we also, throughout the week, I think we have about 30 companies that will be featuring their solutions. We've got seaweed-based ink today. We have, innovative wave energy. We've got a solution here on electric marine engines. And then behind this great wall, we have the reef stage. So we'll have, I believe, about 35 sessions. We'll have dozens of speakers. We have dozens of organizations that are involved. Right now, we've got a session featuring one of the members of 1,000 Ocean Startups, the Ocean Opportunity Lab. They're launching 1,000 female founders. So, we've got a lot of different subjects from ocean data to women entrepreneurs to hard tech that are going to be taking place in the reef this week.
And you made a very, very immersive like ambiance here. Like I feel like I'm swimming also between the corals. Congratulations for that. And so, from the perspective of somebody that works with a lot of startups in this area, do you have something to say? So do you have a message for the ECOPs that are watching us that are thinking about starting a company? Do you have something like a tip or something that you'd say, like, you know, if I were in your position now, if I had an idea, I wanted to start a project, this is what I would do?
Yeah, so I think, you know, the situation, especially in certain countries, is quite complex. Budgets are tight. You know, there's a lack of funding in a lot of subjects, especially in the ocean world. But what we are seeing is a dramatic increase in the number of entrepreneur supporting organizations, whether it's early stage venture studios, ideation programs, venture fellowships. So I think there are a lot of opportunities for early career ocean professionals to get engaged in entrepreneurship. And in fact, you know, while we all believe that we need a systemic change, to tackle some of the injustices and the structural challenges in the current capitalist system that we need to reform. At the same time, we can harness some of those systems, and that's what sustainable business is about. And it's also when we can turn doing good into a business model, it's also much more resilient and it's much less vulnerable to things like government cuts and political changes. And so, what I would encourage, early career professionals is to consider, what opportunities there might be in the private sector, in the innovation sector, to really make a difference that's less dependent on some of those sources of funding, which are unfortunately becoming less reliable. And the last thing I would say is that a lot of these companies are hiring. So, I think that there's a great opportunity and that's what we tell also governments, right? When we're supporting early stage innovation, but also early, research, we are creating economic opportunity. Those are the jobs of the future. So I think what you're looking at here, these 40 companies, these are the ocean jobs of the future.
Amazing, thank you. So ECOPs, this was Ron. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for
and yeah, see you soon.
Come back to the read.
Back to you.
Thank you for the interview, and thank you, Nadia, for joining us. You most likely going to be our last speaker, and I'm going to let Adia introduce yourself. If you have your presentation, that would be awesome. If not, then if you could perhaps just share your amazing work as a talk, I guess.
I just sent my presentation to Alan. I hope that he could share with us on the screen.
Unfortunately, I don't have access to it, but maybe Adia can introduce yourself, and while I try to figure out something.
Yes, I can. I'm Nadia Pina. I'm a final student of biology on Agustín Neto University, Faculty of Science, and I'm also a technical from Quitabangas project. That is a project who study and conserve sea turtles in Angola coastline. So I'm responsible for Luanda and Icolo-Bengu provinces, and I collect the data, do the monitorization, and also I put tags on sea turtles, I count them, and I work in all coastline, of course, but with more presence in Luanda and Icolo-Bengu.
Oh, thank you for that. Unfortunately, I don't have access to your presentation, so okay. I'm just going to ask you if you could perhaps share the work you do, and we'll be listening thoroughly.
Let me try something here. Maybe if I turn the camera, you can see.
Yeah, perhaps it could work.
Yes, just give me 1 minute. I hope that you are seeing.
Well, it's not perfect, but
clear.
I guess you can just go like this, and we'll try to listen carefully.
Okay.
Thank
So,
you.
Kitabanga's project has more than 20 years. It's since 23, and we are working with sea turtles. So, what are sea turtles? Sea turtles, they are aquatic reptiles with but they are breath lungs, and so they breathe like us. They feed mainly on algae, mollusks, shrimp, fish, sea sponges, and jellyfishes. They've been around since dinosaurs' time, so they are old in Earth. They have more than 4.5 billions of years, and they have been growing in our world since then. This here, I hope that you can see a little bit, but we have some painting from our ancestralities knowledge about sea turtles. So they are really, really old, and they have a life circle, a life cycle based on reproduction areas in sea. They the females came to the land to put the eggs, so they make nests in the sand, and only the females came back to the land and only to put the eggs. The males in natural situations don't leave the ocean. They just stay on the ocean. So they put the eggs and go back to the sea. The eggs on the land have more like stay there in more or less 16 days and start hatching. When they hatch, they by themselves go to the sea and start their lives there. We have working with uh, nest centers, like we remove the nests on dangerous areas and put an incubation center to try to protect the eggs from the anthropical threats. We here in Angola have many problems with the hunt. They hunt sea turtles, they hunt the eggs, so we try to protect them, removing the nests from areas that they are endangered. Sometimes not the men's, but areas uh, with areas with uh, trash and stuff like that. We remove the nests to protect them. So when they come, the females, of course, they walk from the sea to the sand, look for a place that they think that is the best place to do the nest. They dig the sand and start to put the nests. The sea turtles can put more or less 100 eggs per posture. So in one time, in one nest, we can have more than 100 eggs. And here, I don't know if you can see, but we have workers doing the counting and looking the process. Here we have one of the threats. We have natural threats to the sea turtles, and we have also anthropical threats. In natural threats, we know that in life cycle, we have predators, and they are also predators, and they are predators too. So they are food for other animals, and they have other animals and other species has food for themselves. So we have at the egg stage, we have dogs, we have crabs, we have birds that feed them by the eggs. And when they hatch, we have birds also, we have crabs, we have other fishes who have them as food.
I'm sorry, Nadia. Sorry
Yes.
to interrupt you. Because we are running out of time, we have to conclude now, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I'm really sorry about that. But we have 1
And-
minute for the next Ocean Action panel starts. So we have to interrupt you. We do apologize for that. And I'm gonna let Hadi conclude about this Ocean Action panel.
Thanks a lot, Alan.
Okay.
And thank you so much to all our incredible speakers and contributors, as well participants in the First Ocean Action Panel. Your insight into marine conservation, fish diversity, larva conservation, and marine spatial planning have truly, as well sea turtle, truly brought to life the urgent need to conserve, sustainably manage, and restore our marine and coastal ecosystem, including those in the deep sea. And we are incredibly grateful to our audience for engaging with us and our panelists for sharing their research and regional experience. And this is exactly what V.ECOP Day is all about, and elevating the voices and work of early career ocean professionals globally. And now let's continue this important conservation by diving into our action panel 2, titled Increasing Ocean-Related Scientific Cooperation, Knowledge, Capacity Building, Marine Technology, and Education to Strengthen the Science Policy Interface for Ocean Health. And welcome for our moderator for Ocean Action Panel 2. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much. That was a very good discussion. Thank you so much for those that are participating of these sessions today. Okay, so now we're gonna kick off the second session of the day, which is the OAP2, like Hadia said. So the theme of the session is the Ocean Action Panel 2, increasing ocean-related scientific cooperation, knowledge, capacity building, marine technology, and education to strengthen the science policy interface for oceans health. For those who don't know me, I am Sarah Viana. I'm speaking all the way from Cape Town, South Africa. And I am the current regional coordinator of the Early Career Ocean Professionals program. And my colleague here, Yuan, is the second moderator of this session. Yuan is with you.
Hello, Sarah. Hello, everyone. I'm Yuan Lin, an ECOP of Japan. I'm a PhD candidate and also a JSPS Research Fellow in Atmosphere and Ocean Research Institute, the University of Tokyo. I'm so excited to be a moderator of V.ECOP 2025 here. So next, I'd like to hand it over to Sarah to introduce this session. Sarah, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Yuan. Thank you. Before we kick off with our session, I just wanted to briefly give you an overview of what exactly is the OAP2, what the results of the consultancy undertaken by the UN Ocean Decade get from a wide range of stakeholders. And this session, I think it really fits well with ECOPs because it highlights the importance of establishing networks of early career professionals, especially within the ocean governance. Other challenges that were raised by these consultancies was streamlining ocean literacy for all, so implementing ocean literacy also into policy at the national, regional levels, and of course, more transparency and accessibility of ocean data. So today, we're going to showcase some of these initiatives undertaken by ECOPs worldwide, all over the world. And we are very excited to see some of these projects. And at the end of our session, we're going to have a roundtable, very exciting roundtable with our invited VIPs. The roundtable title is Maximizing ECOPs Ocean-Related Cooperation Within the Next 5 Years of the Ocean Decade. We're going to have Dave Obura, we're going to have Naya Sena, we're going to have Frank Mirobo and Itzi, all the way to engage with us. We're also going to have a live pool starting just now. That's from you now, Yuan.
Okay, share my screen. So the pool is now live. Tell us what you think. In here, there is a QR code. Feel free to take out your phone and scan this QR code and submit your answer. It only takes a few seconds. We hope you can join this. We have 3 questions here. The first one, what are the top 3 practical solutions to enable governments, scientific agencies, and the private sectors of the blue economy to effect inclusion or facilities of ECOPs as a valuable actor within the science to policy interface? Use your phone to scan this QR code, and we will show the answer after the 4 contributors.
Remember, everyone can vote in this poll. It's only a few questions, I think it's 3 to 4 questions, right, Yuan? This poll is going to be very important for us if you can answer some of these questions, because then we can display the results here at the end of our session before the roundtable and take over the results to discuss with our invited speakers of the roundtable. Thank you so much. So again, you can scan the QR code or access slido.com and set this code number, right, Yuan? Is that correct?
Yeah, so this is the second question, and you can still answer this. This is different with the first one.
Perhaps you can read the question for them, Yuan, please.
So our second question is towards effective ocean literacy mainstreaming. What are the top 3 solutions for the official inclusion and support to use and ECOPs-led ocean literacy projects? You can select up to 3.
Thank you.
So there are some participants. Let me show the last one. This is a workload. You propose 1 or 2 keywords that come to your mind related to this diversity, equity, and inclusion in ocean science, governance, and economy. One or 2 keywords.
Thank you, Yuan. So just remember, everyone who can participate of this pool is very important. We really would like you to assist us in answering these questions. The pool will be running throughout the whole session, and we're gonna finish just before the round table. So you can access to the pool while we are having our presentations today. I think now we can, is there another question, Yuan? That's the last one, right?
Yeah, this is the last one, so I'll stop sharing now. And thank you all for joining us. So now let's welcome our first speaker, Janice Ageswara, who serves as the country manager and scientist at the Marine McDonald Foundation in Indonesia. Janice, please go ahead and start your story.
Hi, can you see me?
Yeah.
Awesome. Can everybody see my screen? I'm not sure if it's already shared.
The screen now.
No, can see your video.
I've already shared my screen.
Did you share your screen already?
Yeah. Wait, where is it?
Yeah,
Oh,
now
okay.
it's starting.
Oh,
There
okay,
you go.
okay. Sorry. Okay, cool. So yeah, they introduced me. My name is Janice. I'm the country manager and scientist at Marine Megafauna Foundation in Indonesia. I'll be doing a very quick talk on titled From Numbers to Nature, the Critical Role of Long-Term Data in Species Conservation. Okay. So usually places like marine protected areas, OECMs, or even national parks, they're often created to protect critical habitats of certain species, or maybe just the habitat itself. For species, for cultural reasons, there's a lot of reasons why they make MPAs, OECMs, and national parks. However, sometimes these areas are designed without in-depth knowledge on how target species use that area, or like the size of the target species. And so it's kind of weird when you make an MPA or like areas like that without actually having an in-depth knowledge on the target species. And so one way of having an in-depth monitoring or in-depth knowledge on the target species is through long-term monitoring, which is essential for threatened species. So when you have a long-term data set, when you do a long-term monitoring, it allows you to see changes over time. And when I say long-term, doesn't mean like 2-3 years, but actually over 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. That's the kind of long-term that I'm talking about. So why is long-term monitoring so important? Because firstly, it establishes the baseline data, which is very basic, like the demographics, meaning the size of the population, the female to male ratio, maturity ratio, and also the habitat use on how these threatened species are using. So whether certain sites are used for feeding, for productive areas, so those kind of sites. And then you can also identify trends. So you can identify and model whether the population is, how the trends are looking, whether it's increasing or decreasing, or is it steady. And you can actually use this model to mitigate potential declines due to threats. And also you can also see climate change responses. So you can see how the trends in population change over time by combining it with environmental factors, and see if certain environmental factors influence the sightings or the encounters. And one way of long-term data, one of the methods is through citizen science and photo identification. So this is a method that's been used globally, literally in probably all parts of the world, whether it's in turtles, mantas, whale sharks, leopard sharks, even in terrestrials, animals like zebras, giraffes, and whales. And citizen science and photo identification goes hand in hand very well because they are non-invasive and anybody can do it. So an example that I like to add is what we've been doing in Marine Megafauna Foundation is using the global database called mantamatcher.org. So basically, anybody with a camera who's snorkeling or diving can take a picture of a manta. And what I'm saying picture is actually their ventral or their belly area, where they have patterns which differentiates one individual with the other, like how we have fingerprints, and upload it to mantamatcher.org. And that is a global manta ray database. And so from the manta ray database that we've collected since 2012 to 2024, we have about 3 publications. Firstly, we know that manta rays have been traveling between Bali and Komodo, and that's about 450 kilometers apart, and that is only through photo ID and not actual satellite tagging or acoustic tagging, where it is invasive. We also learned that manta rays of different maturity and different sex uses different sites across the area. So like how Manta Point, for example, in Bali is mainly used by adults and mainly used for cleaning and reproductive activities, while Manta Bay is mainly for feeding. And we also found a model, we were able to model the population trend of the manta rays in Nusa Penida and seeing whether it was going up, down, or steady. And from what we've found is that it's actually going steadily increasing, which is good news. You know, even though manta rays in general the population aren't increasing globally, but at least in Manta Point, it is steadily increasing, which is amazing news. So this is some of the examples on how long-term monitoring can actually help in the conservation of threatened species. So some key takeaways.
Sorry, Jenny, just to interrupt, you already run out of time. We have only a few seconds from your Q&A session.
Okay. Yeah. Should I? Okay. Well, these are the key takeaways, and unfortunately, I won't be here for the Q&A because I have something else after this. But oops, feel free to email me if anybody needs to ask anything. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Janice. We have a few seconds for questions, right, Yuan?
Yeah.
From one question from the audience, anyone?
One question from the audience? No. Actually, I have a question. So in your habitat modeling research, what are some key environmental factors that most strongly influence their distribution under the future climate scenarios?
The distribution to what? Sorry.
What in your research, what are the main environmental factors that influence their distribution?
So we are currently doing that study right now. We want to see, we want to run a model to see whether environmental factors have anything to do with their sightings. So basically, how often are they seen, how many of them? But even without the model, we can actually see, based on experience and the long-term data that we've been here, is that definitely plankton availability, which also depends on tides. So, you know, like full moon and new moon that also kind of influence when manta rays are feeding because they bring all the plankton. We have seen that when visibility is really, really bad underwater, we don't see a lot of manta rays. So yeah, there are just some of the several environmental factors that we have noticed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for inspiring talk.
Thank you. We have just a question here from the chat from Alan. Thank you, Alan, for the question. Just quickly for you, Janice. Does your citizen science project require training? If so, do you provide trainings at a bigger scale?
So citizen science projects, this one doesn't really require training because it really is just people with cameras. However, when people upload their pictures to mantamatcher.org, as researchers, we do filter out. So we take pictures that are actually useful for science, where we can actually ID their bellies. But usually when we go out diving with dive centers, we would give briefings like how to take pictures. And I think this is a lot with how you take pictures as well underwater with, you know, how experienced you are. But usually when we do citizen science of photo ID, we don't really care about aesthetic. It doesn't have to be like placed really pretty, as long as it has the photo ID that we're looking for. So it doesn't require a lot of training, just understanding that the goal is actually the photo ID and not the aesthetic of the picture.
Thank you so much, Janice, for your presentation. Very enriching project. It's so nice to see you, such a creative project going on through Marine Megafauna Foundation. Thank you so much. Now we should go with Mariana Hill, but I see that she's not here yet, so we can skip to Subha. You can just introduce Subha.
Our next speaker is Subha Nandula, representing Mumbai University, Mirabai College in India. Subha, we're happy to have you with us today. Please go ahead.
All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Subha. I'm currently an undergraduate student. I'm starting my second year now. So this is like a very new experience for me itself. So basically, what I would like to just say is I'm doing a lot of things under marine since I've known since fourth grade that I want to pursue marine biology as a career. So whenever I think about people or articles coming up saying that climate change, these adverse effects and everything, normally people feel a little sad or disappointed, right? But I, on the other hand, I'm like, oh, that's just another opportunity for me to do something more for our environment, something more for our oceans. So I'll just share my screen and we can go ahead.
Sure.
All right. I hope it's visible.
Yeah.
All right, good. So, what do I normally do here? I try to write marine biology or anything related to ocean in the most simplest way so that, the youth is actually inspired to read and to learn about it. There are so many students, so many other peers that I have who are not very, interested or engaged in oceans. But it's such an important and such a, we can see it everywhere. I'm from India, so Indian Ocean is something that's easily something we can study about, learn about. Yet, the students are not yet interested or keen to learn about that. Okay, so what's missing here? Like, it's either that the research is so not accessible in nature, that's one, or secondly, we do not have the technology or we're not aware about the technology that we do have. How can we change that? So what we're working on currently in my college, we're trying to do a project where we're using fish to make leather. So we're trying to do bio-leather here. Why are we doing this? Because there are so many alternative sources of leather which are not good itself for the oceans because of the chemical usage. Also, the usage of other animals and everything, it's kind of very wrong and it's not helping the environment in any case. So we're trying to make fish leather from the fish waste which is generated from this large fishing industry. We're trying to use that and we're trying to, educate people how they can make the most simplest of these kind of products. Bioplastic and bioleather being one of the major elements that we can try to make from the oceans. So here we're also focusing on making a marine guide for Mumbai so that if we have one particular single page guide, so that everyone who actually walks across the shore is aware about how to deal with the life that they see around, instead of just, some kids just running away, thinking that it's, scary, and some kids just trying to engage with it a little too overexcited. So how do we balance it out? How do we engage that curiosity here? So we're working on our research here by trying to replace plastic with our marine-based sustainability. Now, one key element that comes here is that what if it gets overexploited? So the kind of elements that we're tracking down, the kind of people that we're associating with, it's supposed to be very transparent in nature because that's how we can make these kind of simple and easy to make resources available. So, and further, I'm trying to work on various articles and I'm trying to write a couple of review papers and research papers, trying to explain and just trying to disseminate the information that we already have so easily accessibly available. So just to conclude, I've known that ocean is the one thing that feels like home forever. And this is the thing that I passionately hold close to my heart. And I hope that we can try more, and instead of just feeling sad about what are happening, we could just focus on how we can make things better. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Subha. That was a powerful presentation. Thank you so much for sharing your work with us. So we have a minute for questions. Any questions from the audience?
No questions from the audience? You can raise your hand and put your micro on, please, if you'd like to raise a question for Subha. All right, I do have a question, Subha, for you. Well, I feel so amazed about how much energy you have, and that's what we're looking for as a network of ECOPs, is to get people that are passionate about what we're doing, because unfortunately during the environmental sciences and anything related to the ocean, sometimes we struggle to get funding, to get recognition and inclusivity in many discussions. And I think you is an example of a young generation that it's really energetic and creative. So my question to you is, from now and on, since you started those projects, in your opinion, what were the main challenges so far in India?
One of the key challenges, not just in India, trying to find the right kind of fish, especially because we know that a lot of fish is not accessible, not available, and most of it is used in the fishing industry itself. So how do we get the waste that we just use scraps? We legit go. We go to the fisherman and we like, just give us whatever scrap you have and we'll make out of it. We just take the skin of the fish and we try to do it. And we've tried our best not to use any kind of chemicals. We use vinegar, soap, everything that you can find at home to make these kind of products. So I think one of the main key thing is that we couldn't find any research papers for this. So our idea was like very fresh. We were like, okay, let's just do this. And we got into it, but we struggled for months trying to figure out how do we even start. We got our fish skin, but how do we do our next item? How do we try to figure out which ingredient works and which doesn't? Since it's not available easily on the net, those kind of parts, the nitty-gritties are not easily available to us. So that particular thought process, and to find simply available items in order to make our product, that was the thing.
Thank you, Subha. Thank you so much. And I wish you all the best on your projects. And please just keep in mind, we have a very strong ocean literacy test team within the ECOP program. You are welcome to join us. And they're always open for the members to become part of their meetings and discussions. So I invite you to, from now on, be an active member from the test team too. You can reach out to our colleagues and we can put you in touch. Thank you so much. All right, now we have to go to the next presenter, please. Now we're gonna have Sharu Gupta from EnviroVision 2050 from India as well. Welcome, Sharu. The floor is yours. We cannot hear you, Sharu. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Am I audible?
Now we can hear you, yes.
Thank you so much for giving this opportunity today. I am Charu and I'm a media and policy advocate for past 15 years. My ECOP journey started is a story from tragedy to a purpose. I when I was working in Delhi, it was too much pollution, and we had to shift our home to some other city, which was better for my daughter. So we left our friends behind, our home behind, but we thought that this is an escapist attitude, and our friends were still suffering behind, and we really wanted to be part of the solution. So hence, EnviroVision 2050 was born, and from there on, our journey for a better tomorrow, for hoping for a better tomorrow began. And from there on, we joined hands with a lot of youth to bring out the EnviroVision Green Leaders program. I would like to begin with a small video. So like mentioned, our Green Leaders program, it focuses on youth advocacy, youth action from the landlocked region of the country. As we started our project, we realized that all the ocean organizations which were based, they were based on the coastlines, and we really thought that it's not just the responsibility of the people living in the coast, it's the responsibility, ocean is the responsibility of people from all regions. So hence, our Green Leaders program, it focuses on youth advocacy from afar, from the landlocked region wherein our riverine systems are captured. We do a lot of biodiversity, mangroves, mangrove restoration, riverine cleanups, for to protect our oceans from afar and advocate for the ocean. This actually helps in developing the youth and their inclination towards marine careers. To begin with, we start with ocean stories from the real-time ocean heroes, and through this platform also, I would like all our ocean heroes to share their stories so that we can inspire our youth and include their stories as case studies in our program. Also, when we did our research, we came up with a solution where transdisciplinary manner was the way to go about engaging youth from afar. Youth from the landlocked region, they are not very inclined towards ocean. Many of them, they have never seen an ocean. To engage them, we thought that when we researched with them, we came up with a solution of engaging them through transdisciplinary manner in terms of fast fashion, avoiding fast fashion, social media networks, through art, through craft, and through using all these AI and web application based programs to engage them for ocean literacy. And that is what the program advocates for, engaging youth through manners which they engage, which the topics which they want to hear, and then impart ocean literacy to them. So our mission is very simple: to join hands with individuals, with businesses, and with communities for a better and a greener tomorrow, and for a better, healthy ocean. I've already gone through. We inculcate youth in workshops. We do a lot of riverine cleanups. We do debris tracking and engage them with the kind of plastic which is being dumped into the ocean, and we analyze them. And then we take up with the local authorities to actually, to advocate for cleaning these riverine systems using the local resources.
Sorry,
So,
Sharon, we already run out of time. If you can just wrap up quickly, please.
Sure. A lot of hands-on activities into place. A lot of field work goes into to engage the youth here. So our reach we have reached about 45,000 community members through our 150 projects, and we have 30 institutes, including schools and colleges, on board. Youth from these institutes in states of Delhi, Punjab, Haryana, Chandigarh, and Karnataka in India. They are our members, and they are our volunteers who take the Green Leaders program ahead. Again, I've already covered this. Youth leadership is our main aim. They learn about marine careers and use data and advocacy to take our findings to the right authorities. These are some of our green leaders and their testimonies. And through this platform, I would like to engage with other other ocean heroes, and to actually reach out to them for their work, so that the same can be imparted through our projects. Thank you so much. That's my time, and we can be contacted at these numbers. And I look forward to engage with many of you.
Thank you so much, Charu. Unfortunately, we run out of time for questions, but the audience, if you do have some questions for Charu, you're welcome to display here in our chat directly to her, and she can answer through the chat. All right, I think now, Yuan, we can go back to the poll quickly and ask our audience to please vote in our poll. We only have a few questions. It's important that we have this feedback from you with regards to this point, so we can also display these results before our roundtable. It's with you, Yuan. So for those who join us a little later, you missed the introduction of the poll, you can just scan the QR code here displaying on the left of your screen and insert the code. Is that correct? You send the code and then you can start voting in our poll. You are on mute, Yuan. Yuan, you are on mute.
I'm sorry.
No
So you can
problem.
just, can you see this QR code now?
Yeah.
Yeah, just scan this code and I will move on to the next question. Those one or two keywords come to your mind related to this diversity, equity, and inclusion in ocean science, governance, and economy. You don't scan this, just use your phone to scan this QR code now.
All right. Thank you, Yuan. I think now we can proceed with the presentations from our contributors. So now we're gonna have a video, short video sent by Gayatri Charuka Bandara from Sri Lanka. She's from the Earth Lanka Youth Network, and she sent us this video. And and we're gonna present on his behalf because he is also in person at the UNOC 3 right now, so he couldn't attend to the virtual event. But we are glad that he sent us the video, and we're gonna display that to you. If you do have any questions for Gaia, you can just reach out to him in the channels that I believe he's gonna display at the end of his video. Thank you so much.
I'm from Sri Lanka. I represent an organization called Earth Lanka Youth Network, and I'm going to talk about how we are empowering the Sri Lankan youth for the ocean action. So one of the main things we do is the marine conservation. So Sri Lanka is surrounded by the ocean, and therefore we have a commitment to protect our marine environment. And let's see what we are doing in Sri Lanka. So we started our flagship project Poseidon Army back in 2014. So this is the first ever youth-based project focusing on marine conservation projects, continuing up to date in the country. And one thing we do is we mainly train youth, especially for the diving. We give free dive classes with our partners and giving them an opportunity to see the underworld beauty. So even though Sri Lanka is an island nation, most Sri Lankan youth are not trained for diving, trained specifically for diving. So we are fulfilling this gap with the available funds we have. So we do a lot of side events on coastal and marine conservation as well. So the first ever side event conducted by youth of Sri Lanka for UN CBD at COP12 was conducted by Earth Lanka, and this side event actually partnered with the Global Youth Biodiversity Network. And every year we are one of the main organizations of the World Ocean Day celebrations in Sri Lanka, where experts from various industries give talks and having panel discussions on ocean issues. So we are actively collaborating, and we are also joining other organizations, other celebrations as well. And also we represent Sri Lanka at global scale. For example, I am right now in Nice in France to represent Sri Lanka for the UN Ocean Conference. And I will be also there for the COP30, the coming COP30, and there will be some more representatives from our organization. We fund quite a lot youth every year to represent these organizations, and also we are doing this kind of international youth conferences back in Sri Lanka. Like for example, in 2014, we did this International Youth Climate Conference in Sri Lanka. So things like that we are organizing a lot. And also we have another flagship project called Mangrove Restoration Project. We are actively engaging with mangrove restoration projects, especially in the north and northeastern parts of Sri Lanka, where we had a disastrous civil war. So to date, we have joined more than 20 such programs to restore marine mangrove beds. And we also want to add marine conservation, and especially about ocean to the school curriculum in Sri Lanka, because that's something lacking in the curriculum system. So what we are doing is we are organizing a range of workshops, programs to educate the school children. So we often target the rural areas and also schools that are in inland, which the ocean is far away, especially like the place that I'm coming from. So because we see a lot of potential from these youth as well, because Sri Lanka is ultimately an island nation and ocean is for everyone. So yeah. And yeah, these are also some photos from the school workshops that we did. And another project that we did was the coral restoration force. So this is this continuous project, and we partnered with the hotel in Sri Lanka to make a pool to restore coral, and we grow coral, and when once the corals are in a good health environment, we take some samples back to the ocean, and we kind of grow them in the ocean as well. So that's what we do, and this project was funded by SOA, Sustainable Ocean Alliance. And we also do a lot of research. We fund and supervise undergraduate research projects in Sri Lanka. So this is the shark conservation project that we got funding from the Turtle Island Conservation Network from America. And we funded 2 undergrad projects with this. So you can see it's 2 students that collecting data on the shark catch. And also these are our underwater cleanup projects. So the youth that we trained with our the flagship program, the dive program, the youth, they are then actively engaging with underwater cleanups. So we are organizing these kind of cleanups around the island with available funds. And these are some more photos of the underwater cleanups. And we also do a lot of beach cleanups around the year. We partner with civil societies, NGOs, companies, and even with the government for this kind of beach cleanups. Also, this is the worst maritime disaster that Sri Lanka had. So there was a ship named MV Express Pearl with harmful chemicals and needles. It accidentally got into fire in our waters and sank to the bottom. So it was the worst nightmare for animals living in the ocean. A lot of animals, including mammals, seabirds, turtles, died because of that. So we are doing a lot of advocacy work to prevent such kind of disasters. And we also do a lot of research, like what actually happened in our waters. So yeah. Also, with time and with the available funds, we also do some youth field visits to the mountains and jungle to educate the youth on terrestrial ecosystems as well. And we also promote sustainable aquaculture. We help to make one of the first sponge aquaculture facilities in Sri Lanka. And also we do a lot of work with the collaboration with the government, especially for the MV Express Pearl disaster, and also for the moratorium for the deep sea mining. So we do a lot of collaborative work, and we kind of also sometimes advise government on certain ocean issues. And these are our funders and partners. Without them and without their help, we couldn't do this amazing work. So I want to thank them as well. And thank you very much. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer. You can just send me an email. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you guys for sharing this video. So the guy is not here. So our next speaker is Ansi, who is a pioneering citizen science initiated at Wampum Lake, India's second largest ramp site. Ansi, the floor is yours. Please share your screen. And by the way, if you have any questions for Gaia, put it in the chat box.
Hi everyone, I hope I'm quite audible and my screen is visible to all of you.
It is. Just put on screen mode, please, presenter mode.
Okay, how about now?
It's still not, yeah.
I hope now it's in the full screen mode. I have just changed now.
It didn't change for us.
Oh, 1 second. I will just try it once more. Yep, now it's in full screen. It's not changing.
Yeah, it's still not on presenter mode, Nancy. Sorry.
Okay. In my laptop screen, I can see it in full screen, but it's not visible. Okay.
It's fine. You
I
can
can
proceed.
Okay.
Yeah, you can proceed like this.
Okay. Yeah, fine. So, hi everyone. I'm Ansi Sistoy. I'm a doctoral student from ICAR Central Marine Fisheries Research Institute, Kochi, Kerala, in India. So today I'm going to give you an oral presentation about the concept of about the smartphones and Seki disk, how we use the smartphones and Seki disk for observing or for watching the waters. So this is where my journey gets started. That's from a single Seki disk measurement to a multi-scale exploration of water quality. So you can, I hope Seki disk is visible to you. So this is a mini Seki disk. So what do you call a such a device which is like a handheld device, even it's pocket sized. So this Seki disk, it's actually looking like a toy, but it's not. It's this little guy is a part of revolution, a citizen science revolution that is currently happening in the waters of Lake Wayanad in Kerala, India. So this is a mini Seki disk, which is a small circular disk that is we used to measure the transparency of the water. So I know you all are aware of this one. This is the traditional kind of Seki disk. So what is the problem with the traditional or the conventional kind of Seki disk? It's too heavy, right? So while planning for a citizen science project, it's very difficult to carry it around for field-based activities. So we have come up with this miniature kind of Seki disk, and using this, we are measuring the water transparency. So as you all know, higher the Seki depth denotes clearer water, and lower the Seki depth means the water is murkier or turbid. So this is very useful for citizen science activities, and we are using this for increasing the ocean literacy, and especially now we are concentrated on small water bodies like rivers and lakes like Wayanad, small water inland water bodies and all. But my institution is trying to make this a little step forward to make the entire nation, the coastal belt of India, is going to be observed by this very device. And we are currently in the process of making it into a reality through project proposals and all. And I would really like to collaborate with ECOP to make this possible. And can you see this magical gold standard 4-annual color scale that is 3D printed on the casing of the mini Seki disk? So this is 4-annual color scale, and it consists of colors ranging from blue to green to yellow to brown. So here you see the first set of 4-annual color scale ranges from 1 to 5, which is called indigo blue to greenish blue in color. So such water bodies are having indigo blue to greenish blue in color. And the next sets come from 6 to 9. The 4-annual color codes ranging from 6 to 9 is called greenish blue to bluish green in color. And here comes the next codes 10, 11, 12, and 13. They are called the greenish colored waters. And after that comes 4-annual codes 14, 15, 16, and 17. And these are called greenish brown to brownish green colored water. And now comes the extreme end of 4-annual color scale, that is 18, 19, 20, and 21. So what do you observe? We are having the water with open ocean waters with green, blue in color, which comes in the front row of the 4-annual color scale. And when coming to the extreme end of the 4-annual color scale, you are having the brownish or cola brown colored water, which are typical to the coastal areas. So it is literally we are replacing the physical 4-annual color scale with this 3D printed 4-annual color scale, and we are measuring the water color along with the water transparency. So this is the standardized way to measure or classify the water's color.
Sorry, Nancy, we are out of time now. Can you just wrap up quickly, please?
Yes, okay. So this is the Turbo mobile application that is developed by ICRC MFRI, and we have a digitalized version of the 4-annual color scale in this also. And we are also on YouTube, as you can see. You can see the working of the mini Seki disk and 4-annual color scale while referring to this video. And we could always democratize this science to common man in a Kerala Science Slam presentation where the science behind the Seki disk and the research has been explained to the common people in Kerala. So this is my team of citizen scientists. They consist of students, university students, and they have been entrusted with this mini Seki disk, and they are all over the lake measuring the water's color and transparency. And I just want to quickly wind up by saying just one word. Let's try to create a science that leaves the lab and enters the life of the people. Let's hand the power of science back to the people. It creates a lot of difference. So thank you for this golden opportunity. I'm willing to collaborate and open to networking. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much,
Have a great day.
Ainsi. Thank you. If you do have questions for Ainsi, please display in our chat box. So because unfortunately we don't have time, we have now to hand over to our on-the-ground journalist, Mahi. Mahi, are you there with us?
Income. I'm still in Nice at the UN Ocean Conference, and just behind me you can see the German research vessel Meteor, a great place to talk about the ocean and the future of ocean science. And I'm joined today by Professor Oliver Zielinski, Director of the Leibniz Institute for Baltic Sea Research in Warnemünde, IOW in short. Oliver, you're an oceanographer and you work a lot with marine technologies and digital tools, and you also have a strong interest in how science connects with policy and decision making. Thanks for being here, Oliver.
It's great to be here. Thanks.
One of the big messages at this conference is that we need to work together more across countries, disciplines, and sectors. In your experience, what does that kind of collaboration really look like when it's working well?
Well, collaboration is really trust. And if we trust each other and if we can build up a system of trust where we can share data, where we can have everyone on board and leave no one behind, actually, this is a very important message of also the UN decade, we can establish a network. And also the future generation is an essential part of this network. So bringing not only in future perspectives, but also bringing in the aspect of new technology, which are much closer and nearer to the next generation. So I think in this network, if we have a high diversity of age, experience, gender, just international background, I think we can really foster and help the ocean here.
Talking more about ocean technology, you're an expert on that. What are some of the tools or approaches that you think are really changing how we do ocean research right now?
I think there are two major branches. One is robotic platforms, either above the water, but also below the water. When we look at all the AUVs and ASVs and all of these different devices which enable us to measure the ocean in real time and go to places where we cannot be only with a vessel. You know, vessels are great and we will always need them, but a vessel can only be at one place at a time. And you can take a water sample, bring it to the lab, do all the analysis, but with an AUV, ROV, you can really extend this operation and have a long-term view on ecosystem changes. There's also a different aspect that I like to mention. The second part is AI data science. And I think it's really the domain of the next generation that they can bring in this expertise here.
What exactly can you do with AI so far?
Well, AI can help you to find patterns in very large data spaces in a very abstract way. But concrete, you can, for example, look at drone imagery from coastlines and identify plastic objects, large plastics objects. We did that in the coast of Vietnam, Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, and we also transferred that knowledge so that people can use these data algorithms and implement them in their own monitoring efforts. AI can help you to extend data when you have data gaps. A very simple thing. Sometimes the sensor drops out, you have a data gap, what to do with that? Or you can extend data to the future, make very good predictions. When should I measure? Where is the right moment to measure? I strongly believe that in the future we will not measure more and more and more, but we will measure when it matters. We will be informed. And I think information is the key here also for our discipline.
You mentioned AUVs and ROVs earlier, so those remotely or autonomously operated submarines, basically, on a research ship. Since we're at the ECOP Days, there are a lot of young people coming into ocean science right now. What would be your advice? Where to focus? What kind of skills will they need? And where would be a good start for them to start their ocean science career?
First of all, it's very important to understand that you can be a marine scientist when you're passionate about the marine environment. So it's not fully depending that you study oceanography or marine biology or even technology. You can come with different backgrounds and bring in your own expertise and grow into this very interdisciplinary field of science. But of course, the good starting point is always something which provides you with an overview of the marine ecosystem, because it's very complex, intertwined. I would also encourage people to study MINT or the technology courses. I would also encourage them to look for maybe some computer courses, have some fundamental understanding of how to work with data. Whenever I look at job interviews or applications, I see that some knowledge in treating data, working with data science is really helpful. So please do that. Also enlarge your computer skills. It will be beneficial for all the disciplines that you're looking for.
So learn coding, and also looking ahead a bit, what do you think are the really big ocean topics that are coming up during the next years?
We will see more mitigation and direct decision support. I think on the one hand, we have this long-term climate change, biodiversity loss, pollution topics on large timescales, but human mankind needs to react on that. So we will see more capability of assessing the situation and making decision support, interaction with policy makers. So I think we will transition from the fundamental science to a more impact-oriented science. And again, information science and also robotic platforms are part of this universe of an omnipresent observation. So yeah, I think we will be leaving a bit our ivory tower and open up to society.
Thank you very much, Oliver. That was Oliver Zielinski. He's head of the Baltic Sea Research Center in Germany. Thank you so much for joining us at ECOP Days 2025. And now that's it from Nice for right now. So I hand over again to the Ocean Action Panel online.
Thank you so much, Marhi. All right, so now we can proceed with our contributors. We have two last contributors to present. I call now Sofia Chaniotti from Greece. Welcome, Sofia. Thank you so much.
Hi, how are you?
Oh, good. And yourself?
I'm fine. I have some internet problems, so I'm connected with two different devices, but I will try to make it work somehow. I will try to share my presentation. Tell me in a while if you can see everything. Can you
Yes,
see
now?
we can see. Okay, perfect. So I'm Sofia. I studied environmental science in a Greek island, and my parents came from a famous Greek island from Mykonos. So here, even if we are a really touristic island, I saw every single summer that we have a huge problem with the waste in the island, because people keep coming because this was a really famous destination from parties and so on, but then this came a disaster. So my journey in the ocean protection started with my studies. So I studied environmental science in another Greek island, Lesbos. And when I was done with my studies, I wanted to make people aware about what they can do. And then I find that a lot of people have a really big problem to understand how important it is to act, because in Greece we don't really have an environmental education program inside our classes. But then during my career journey, I found that even if environmental education was something that has decades in this earth. Most of the projects are worldwide project-based. We don't have environmental education in our course. So what I'm doing with young students and vocational school students is that we are going outdoors. And we are going outdoors to observe what is going on. So when we observe and when we detect the problem, then we can give solutions. So here I have some pictures from the different materials that we find in the Greek islands that I'm working with. And when it comes to the more young kids, I find that they love art. So here you can see some collages, and I asked them to do some workshops, and then they came up with some ideas. And they wanted, for example, in the second picture, you can see something like a small TV that they want to share the news with the bigger ones. So they informed their parents about what they can do. And then the most important part for me is to do some small scale simulation about real problems. So in the one picture with their hands, you can see that we have a Tupperware full of trash. So this was about to be a microplastic workshop, but after a while, I asked them how they imagine the ocean after a while in the island of Mykonos, and they told me the thing that I observed when I was young, that you know something, Miss Sophia, if the tourists keep coming and we're not cleaning, the ocean will be full of trash. And then the other small scale workshop that we did with the soap, as you can see, is that I asked them to create an oil spill with oil and olive oil, not with petroleum, and then try to clean it, to clean our ocean up, so we can see how long this process can take for us. So they use the airbags and so on. No, Miss, this is going to take a whole year to clean it up. Can we just throw the Tupperware in the toilet? And I explained to them that, you know something, we cannot throw the ocean somewhere else. We need to act on the field. So I'm trying to give them the ability to solve everything. And then the most important part, to engage also the families and the community, because we don't want just to see the things we learned in class. We need to have community, either it is cleanups or projects, so we can feel that this is something as a teamwork. I understand that in the cities this is harder, but in the islands where we are remote lands and small communities, in a slow pace, we can start engaging all the family members and the other communities, so then we can have a bigger impact. So I want you to see the visuals, so people's from all the ages and the parents, and you can see the small ones that they are trying to carry on some pallets because they're not belonging in this place. Basically, this is it. I want you to be fast, and I want you to see that even the small kids can lead the change. So whatever we learn in class, after a while, will have a positive impact outside the class in our society. And what I'm trying to do is to start from a local level, from my island, from Mykonos. And
Sorry, Sophia, we run out of time. Can
yeah,
you
that's
please
it.
just wrap
I'm
up the
done.
presentation? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. If you do have questions for Sophia about her project, you're welcome to use the chat box or send a message direct to her. Sophia, do you have your email? You can also display your email in your
Yes,
chat
of course. Yes,
for
of course.
further contact. Thank you so much. Now we can finalize the live pool that we started earlier in our session. Yuan, can you please display the results of our pool quickly?
Our result here. So this is the result of our first question. Many people vote for this long-term national career planning in ocean carbons. science and business. And this is the second answer. And the third one, all our programs are used in ECOPs in ocean science and governance at all sectors. And for our second question, the first one, and people voted is continuous financial support from private business and national governments to local NGOs and communities in ocean literacy projects. Second one, here. And the third one, for design of ocean literacy action plans by integrating ECOPs and be used as main actors. So let's see our workload. So we can see many people give this answer here. For example, the engagement, marine planning, sustainability, justice, opportunities, conservation, values, equity, meaningful participation. Okay, so this are all authors of our 3 questions. So if you have another question, you can just scan this QR code. So, okay, I will stop sharing now.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Yuan. Thank you so much for those who voted in our live poll today. It's very interesting to see these answers surrounding the OAP 2. And now we're gonna do open our roundtable. The title of our roundtable is Maximizing ECOPs Ocean-Related Cooperation within the next 5 years of the UN Ocean Decades. As we all know, the UN Ocean Decades is in the middle of its lifetime. Now we have more 5 years to make a revolution in ocean sustainability, in the implementation of ocean sciences across the globe. And it is our opportunity as an ECOP to take the advantage of this wave in ocean science to be powerful, to make a difference. And now I'm glad to invite a lot of our speakers that are going to be part of this roundtable. First of all, I welcome our Dr. David Obera. Thank you, David, so much for being here today. For those who don't know David, he's the chair of the moderator of the official OAP2, who's going to be opening today in Nice, this session in this afternoon. So he's going to be the official moderator of the session for UNOC 3. For those who don't know David is also director of the IPBS and founding director of CODIO East Africa. We also gonna have Naya Sena today with us from University of Tokyo. Naya Sena is from the University of Tokyo. She's a postdoctoral there, working on indigenous knowledge in Africa and also in the Pacific. We have Frank Mirobo from Tanzania. Thank you, Frank, for being here today. Glad to see you again. Frank is leading the Western Indian Ocean Early Career Science Network, which is part of the WIOMSA here in Africa. And we have finally Itzi Ahmed. Hi, Itzi. How are you? From Bangladesh, and he's also doing his PhD at the University of Tokyo. Thank you so much. Okay, so just to initiate our roundtable, as we know, the OAP2 from the consultation process, there was a lot of answers from inputs of stakeholders that raised how important it is to establish global networks, as we can see from the ECOP program and also from the WIO ECSN in the Western Indian Ocean. So this is just a few examples. And other issues that were raised by this consultation was the challenges that they couldn't have in terms of literacy in ocean-related subjects, and also making available and easily available and accessible ocean data across the globe, and that this data is easily shareable across different stakeholders, so we can get evidence of ocean-related data and implement policies that are achievable and easy to implement in a short term and also in a long term. So now my question is for the our speakers of the roundtable is surrounding that. In terms of the inclusion of ECOPs in this science to policy interface, what do you think are the main factors that impede a more inclusivity policy surrounding science to policy? Because we see that the ECOPs are one of the main actors in providing ocean data. We are a very creative group of stakeholders. We are a large group of stakeholders. Alone, for example, within the ECOP program, we have more than 6,000 ECOPs across the globe. So never mind those that are not part of that network. So we do have an impact, and we would like to understand in this within the science to policy interface, what are the main factors that is lacking, is hampering the inclusivity of ECOPs at the moment? I think I can hand over to David first to answer this question.
Okay, thank you very much. Sarah, great to see you all here. Thanks for having me on the panel. And I'm speaking from Nice, just taking a break from the main sessions right now to engage. I think related to your question, so the engagement of early career scientists, some of the barriers that exist here. Of course, I've dealt with this to some extent from my own organization, Cordio, in East Africa with the WIAMSA network, and then also now with IPBES and how we try and engage early career scientists and practitioners in our processes. I suppose I'll list a few key things quite quickly. So one, of course, is just the experience that early career individuals have. I'm going beyond scientists to other sectors as well, because I think it's very important also with representing indigenous and local knowledge as well. So just building up the experience to have some visibility and to be known, of course, makes a difference because, one must get engaged in ongoing processes. And I think the networks that happen amongst younger scientists and professionals, of course, helps to build those up and to engage in broader ones as well. So that visibility is important. I think voice is very important as well. Being able to express issues that are of importance in a language that is accessible to others also. So I'd also just, one word of warning is about the term ECOPs. Of course, we use that in this context, but others don't necessarily know what early career ocean professionals means. So, I think using broader words is also very good to be more inclusive so people understand what this network is. And then, of course, there's the physical barriers of having enough access to funding and opportunities like that. So that there always are, whether it's glass ceilings or closed doors that are somewhat limit the barriers to entry of early career professionals in various networks, understanding what those are and working out how to overcome them. And often there's many allies that you can have in processes and to find ways to do that. But I think the voice that early career professionals have is getting stronger, and social media and the ability to communicate so easily around the world really helps that in building up networks. And actually here in Nice, I've been really impressed both at Ocean Science Congress last week and already today on the ground how many early career people there are that I've never heard of before, which is great because it means there are, people are coming in and there's, those networks are opening. So there are barriers, but I think, there are ways to get through them. I think they're succeeding.
Thank you so much, David. Frank, would you like to step in here?
Thank you so much, Sarah, and thank you, David, for that highlight. So on my side, I will not be that much different from what David has already said, but I will look in that angle whereby I think one of the important aspects that we have really to consider is to make sure that we tend to embrace ECOP in every current trends that are currently happening. For example, if we tend to have better infrastructures, that tends to include ECOPs in whatever is happening, is a big bridge that tends to embrace that energy and that movement, that we have ECOPs who are really, really looking forward to assist on what is currently happening. For example, when we are talking this science to policy interface, if we have established better infrastructures tends to force ECOPs at the center of this current global trend, it will be easy to navigate with them. Taking into account being an ECOP for you to really get that point that you are at the center of these dialogues, you really have to push. You really have to prove yourself that you also belong to that table. You can also contribute. So I think one of the important aspect here is just to lay out the infrastructures that tends to embrace and also includes ECOPs to these global trends. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Frank. Yes, I think in terms of ECOPs, we do have the network established across the globe. We have big networks besides the ones that I cited here, but maybe there is a lack of understanding what is really our group of stakeholders and why it's important that official recognition of ECOPs as a group of stakeholders, not only the private sector, like from the blue economy, not anymore only academics as a whole in senior academics, but the group of ECOP as a whole. And maybe if we should take this as a recommendation to, a upcoming discussion around policy development and policy recommendation to recognize officially by national governments and regional commitments and agreements into ocean sustainability, that they can officially take us as a group of stakeholders, and from now on invite us to be part of these discussions. Because I think for now, I understand what David said. Maybe the words have to be shortened a little bit to make this translate the stakeholder objective in a way that it reach out to the government and decision makers and also the private sector. Because if you are inside our scientific environment, we know what's an ECOP, we know what's the abbreviation. But if you're outside from that, the teachers, the educators, for example, they don't understand yet what is really the early career ocean professional. So I agree that I'll take into consideration that suggestion, David, to Virginia. To see how we can come up with the one word to translate ECOPs. That would be amazing. Yes, and in terms of inclusivity, going forward in terms of not only ECOPs, but the traditional communities, the indigenous people, and using this heritage and the knowledge that they have throughout the years, it's imperative for this new wave from making policy global wide. So I would like to hear from Naya, because Naya is an expert in integrating this indigenous knowledge in a new way, a new framework of doing science in ocean sciences. And I would like to hear from Naya, in her opinion, as an expert in the field, how she sees nowadays this inclusivity in terms of funding projects in ocean-related projects as a whole, but also in the expertise of in the institutions like scientific institutions or universities, and as well in the inclusion of this research that they were developed into the policy making. So how do you see that, Naya, in your opinion?
Hi, Sarah and Yolan and the V.ECOP platform. Thank you so much for having me. Yes, I come from the Cabo Verde Islands in West Africa. So I guess as a citizen of a small island developing country, I'm quite used to not be listened to, or at least my opinion is diminished to my size or land size at least. And I think that correlates directly to the path that I took on my career as a marine biologist. in wanting and advocating for the integration of local, traditional, and indigenous knowledge. And I think these communities face same challenges probably as ECOPs, in the sense of perhaps we should be talking more about integration. That's maybe a challenge that I leave, or a reflection. Because at least in my view, I often associate inclusion as, just taking maybe a quota and leaving people there so we can say, yes, we've included a traditional leader, or we included an ECOP in our program, but are they really integrated? Are we really creating spaces for these groups to have a voice and to have power in decision-making processes? And it's not easy. So as soon as you decide to do ocean science and co-design ocean science with local communities, you face a lot of challenges because you need a lot of more negotiation. It takes a lot of more time, but it's a matter of what you believe in. And it's also, it's impacted by how much the global scientific community perceives the importance of local and traditional knowledge, or the importance of ECOPs as well. So if the funders define, no, we want local and traditional knowledge to be integrated in the science that you make, in the decision-making processes, in the designing of the project from the day one, that will happen. We see a lot of changes in the scientific community in terms of methods, in terms of approach, because the funders have started dictating that. That has come when it comes to things like gender or geographical equality, or any other factor that we might think. That is one part of it. And I think another part of it is us maybe putting more pressure on the own UN platform that exists to try to achieve what you mentioned, Sarah, the involvement of local governments in acknowledging whether it is ECOP, whether it is the need to have integrated management or integrated co-designing or ocean science making. We need to involve, and we need the recognition of official recognition. If we're talking about ocean science, we need to lobby strongly with universities on a global level. If we're talking about ocean literacy, we need to pressure UNESCO as the obvious partner of the UN Decade of Ocean Science to help us push the ocean into the curriculum. So there's a lot of things to do. There are small steps that we can take, but I think at this point, the problem that we have with ocean is so big that we need to take a more bulldozer kind of approach. So using the big guns.
Thank you so much, Naya. Yes, I agree with you that we need to move from inclusivity to integration. I think that's the correct word, actually. And also making sure that it's not about being represented and be just sitting on a seat quotas of policy discussion. We would like to have a follow-up, because maybe the follow-up is where it's failing at the moment in terms of integration of ECOPs, integration of underrepresented groups, integration of communities. So we need a follow-up in this process as well. It's not about creating numbers of quotas, part of important governmental and diplomatic discussions or any other kinds of co-design approach in terms of policy. It's about the follow-up to get these recommendations really going in side by side with ECOPs and other underrepresented groups, and also making sure that our recommendations are taken into consideration seriously. So thank you so much, Naya. Now just moving a little bit from inclusivity and ECOPs as a whole, but also tackling a little bit the OAP in terms of ocean literacy. As we all know, ocean literacy now is a big boom worldwide. We are having, this approach being embraced by many governments, by many organizations, and this is wonderful. However, I think the scenario, politically speaking, is a little bit weak at the moment. For you all to know, we only have one country in the whole world that's literally implemented ocean literacy in their educational policy, which is Brazil. It's not because I'm a Brazilian, right? But because I just wanted to raise that. So officially, only Brazil so far having integrated the educational policy, ocean literacy. So we need new countries doing that and embracing this in order to streamline ocean literacy. Now, my question is, if you will want to revolutionize ocean sciences and implement ocean literacy in the curriculums at schools, how we can move from the standard kind of educational activities like beach cleanups or little webinars or roundtables with the youth, and how we can move from the standards of practicing ocean literacy, really implementing the scientific side and translating the language of the ocean science that we generation, the ocean knowledge into the curriculum. So my question would be now for Stiaki and also to Naya to answer. I'll open up for Stiaki to have a chance to speak.
Okay, thank you very much, Sarah and Ion and the V.ECOP team. Well, to me, to meaningfully integrate the ocean literacy into national curricula, we must move beyond the one-time activities like the beach cleanups and make ocean education as a core cross-disciplinary subject. So some of my ideas can be like we can develop age-specific curriculum, integrated modules starting from the early childhood education to the advanced grades maybe. And these age-specific curriculum should be realistic. I mean, like the real-world issues like climate change, food security and sustainable development, something like that. And the second thing is that I believe that problem-based learning is also a very important way to implement this, because this is already proved in like a field like veterinary medicine. So we can do the same for the ocean by encouraging our generations. And the third thing that I believe that very important is that the inclusion of local stakeholders. So apart from alongside the scientific community, it is very important to involve the local people and also the grassroots stakeholders like the fishers. And maybe we can also involve our elder generations, maybe some co-teaching method like a storytelling, involving the local knowledge. So this local knowledge base is very important based on the specific country. So this is important apart from your scientific knowledge base. So this is also important to make ocean literacy into the national curricula. Of course, we can institutionalize these things. For example, we can engage the political leaders, as many of my co-speakers has already told that, and like local decision makers by raising awareness about ECOP efforts in an effective strategy. And once informed, they can be advocate for ocean literacy in the government forum and help to support the inclusion of ECOPs in the education system. We can also develop some like digital platform, like developing games or something like that to encourage the youth. And finally, I believe that incentive actions and innovations is also important, like promoting awards or official financial support for impactful ideas and motivated actions, both at not only at national level, also we can make international collaborations that can inspire more participation and innovation in ocean literacy efforts. So I believe that we need to move out from like one single actions rather than we need integrations of approaches. So that is how we can implement or integrate ocean literacy into the national curricula. Thank you.
Thank you, Istiaki. Yes, I think you're correct. I think we need to mobilize more actors on ocean literacy to become part of the curriculum. As you mentioned, the curriculum is important to have the scientific knowledge into books, translating to books as a big chapter around ocean literacy and also climate literacy, let's say, included in the curriculum, official curriculum across the globe, but also mobilizing the local actors like NGOs. They are doing this part of initiatives who are doing educational programs somehow. So maybe we could, as part of the curriculum, suggest and recommend that these schools that will implement the curriculum, they adopt, let's say, adopt an ECOP organization or adopt an organization that do ocean literacy is their main objective. And this is part of like a yearly curriculum that they would be part of the official activities of that school. So every year they would have like students visiting their organization or taking part of some of their projects. And this will be the time for evaluating these students, because we need to remember here we are forming human beings, we're educating human beings and future professionals. So we're not only forming one more number to say, okay, now they are, they go over to universities. Not only that, we need to form human beings in rescue the connection with the ocean somehow. Not only saying, all right, I learn about what's the ocean, I learn how the ocean works. Maybe it's beyond that. It is about caring about the biodiversity, caring about the quality of making right choices, or what do we buy, or what do we do for life, like our footprints. So I agree with that. So we should maybe recommend that as mobilizing the local organizations that are doing this type of initiatives to be part of the national curriculum as well. Thank you so much, Istiaki. Naya, would you like to say something about ocean literacy? And also we'd like to display quickly here our answer about ocean literacy. Please, Yuan. We have a live poll in the beginning of our session. And one of the questions was, towards effective ocean literacy mainstreaming, what are the top 3 solutions for fishing inclusion support to the youth and ECOPs-led ocean literacy projects? Because we all know that we have a lot of ECOPs and youth doing amazing projects like we see today from the contributors in our session. They're doing on a volunteer basis, most of them, and with passion. So the top 3, according to our survey, was continued support, financial support from private business and national governments to local NGOs and communities in ocean literacy projects, followed by the adopt ECOP program for implementation into national curriculum, in which private and public schools select 1 or 2 local NGOs and communities advocating for ocean conservation and sustainability. This promoted 2-way cooperations. And thirdly, there was a co-design of ocean literacy action plans by integrating ECOPs and the youth as main actors, like we were saying at the beginning of our roundtable, that we would like to be recognized as one of the main stakeholders. Thank you, everyone, for displaying this question. Anyone would like to comment about the results of our poll? Naya, Istiaki, David?
I think I'll just take some of the, there is like 2 words in that caught my attention, that it's 2 ways. And I think I would like to mention that ocean literacy is also 2 ways. It's about education of ocean from us scientists to the general population, but also about us scientists learning and educating ourselves about what is the meaning and the importance of the ocean for local communities and indigenous people. And we need to also learn and be educated on that so we can fully respect and integrate traditional science into it. And I think that just to mention, Sarah, the case of Brazil, it's quite remarkable because Brazil is a country of continental dimensions that it is impressive that Brazil managed to integrate ocean literacy into its curriculum. And I think maybe the next step for us, in a very practical way, we can discuss maybe a lot of other steps, but for me, as an academic, I would like to study the case of Brazil and perhaps replicate it of the other to the other Portuguese-speaking countries as just an immediate and fast way to see, can we replicate this program in other Portuguese-speaking countries? If we can we replicate this in other languages or other social, cultural contexts that are much different than Brazil? So challenge the academia to do that. And I think this has to come from the big bosses to sponsor this and see this as an opportunity, since Brazil has stepped forward and did this. So then how can we capitalize this effort that was done and replicate? This is basically what academia is. You study, you experiment, and if your experiment is successful or not, we will study. What are the challenges? What were the good things about it? And how can we improve it? It's the only way. Otherwise, we will discuss every year, what can we do? What can we do? And we don't take action like Brazil did. So I think it's really time for us to act.
Thank you so much, Naya. Thank you. David, you would like to say something?
Yes, thanks, Sarah. No, I'd love to pick up on what Naya just said, because I think you're absolutely right there, Naya, in that there is so much you can do replicating existing successes, particularly where you have, materials in a language system or in a language that encapsulates worldviews as well. Languages go really deep because we express, our inner values through those languages. And I think because now I've come from primarily ocean framework, looking at coral reefs in East Africa, but also globally, and now in IPBES, across terrestrial and ocean systems too, I see how much there are similarities and complementarities across multiple domains. So here in the ocean space, I hear constantly, as I've heard before, the importance of ocean literacy and for the ocean protection and so on. And it's critically important, but it's really important to realize that there are connections across to other sort of areas of work and other communities of scientists or communities on the ground as well, where things can be, looked at and replicated and adapted and so on, find allies we can work with. And I think in particular in bringing early career scientists and ECOPs into processes, of course, that occurs in other places. And in justice, framing just so much around justice now is really seeing that several of the speakers mentioned aspects of procedural justice. How do you engage communities? How do you make sure that people are not just consulted and then the box is ticked and then you go off and do something else? How do you really make sure that their voices has agency from the beginning and get to be part of decision-making processes? And the Blue Justice frameworks have expanded a lot in the literature in recent years, and it goes across other sectors too. It's great to hear these debates happening in so many places because it means it's consistent. There's a groundswell, it's growing. It's challenging, of course, but there are many other allies in this process too. Thanks.
Thank you so much, David. Well, I hope you all enjoyed this roundtable today. It was a pleasure to meet you all. David, thank you so much. Naya, Frank, and Stiaki, it was a pleasure to meet you all here in our session OAP2. I wish a good session in person for you too, David, today. I hope you can take over some of our recommendations of this session to your panel. That would be great. And unfortunately, we are a little bit over time now. We have to finalize our session. Yuan, can you just close our session, please?
Thank you, everyone. So the next session will begin at 3 p.m. Please feel free to get lunch, stretch a bit, and we'll see you back here in 2 hours. Thank you all for joining this.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, everyone. Have
Thank
a
you
nice
so much.
break. And then the next session will start at 3 o'clock. Thank you so much. Thank you.